stand tall, a warrior lurks, sharp tools he hoards, steel in his claws, vengeance in his gaze. The EDC Squirrel prowls, chaos ablaze. Blades glint, moonlit and cold, tight and grip, stories untold. Protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knives fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme. Acorns scatter, but knives he keeps. A forest arsenal, the shadows weep. Leather sheaths tied to his chest. A rodent armed, none dare contest. Dry branches creak. The hunt begins. A squirrel's code, sharp as his protect your nuts, the cry he screams. Pocket knife fuel his twisted dreams. Steel and fury, sharp and clean. The EDC Squirrel reigns supreme.
All right, let's see if this thing's working. Oh, it's always fun when I change stuff on this channel and use new things. I always have to make sure everything's working fine and things didn't bug out. It looks like everything's good. Camera's functional, mic's working. Okay, so hey, the EDC Squirrel here. Another Saturday, another live stream, and ready to do some. Hold on a second, because this thing is being weird. There we go. Forgot I had a Amazon Echo. Just about to start blurting stuff. Another Saturday, and ready to show some new knives. We're ready to talk knives and all that fun stuff. Just chill Saturday afternoon. Hope everybody's doing well. Hey, Razor Blake, how you doing? Morgan is absent today. She's gonna be gone for a bit. I'm not sure when she's be back. She's doing some stuff. So if you haven't, go wish her well on the Discord. Hopefully she'll be back soon. But I just want to give a heads up if anybody's wondering why she's not in. But otherwise, I think we're just about good to go. I'm just going to go through some final checks here real quick. I wanted to get things started. I know I could probably be playing my start song for a little while longer, but I just wanted to get things started since it's already 2 o'clock. So let's make sure I've got everything I need. Oop, let me fix that. Okay. I think we're good. And one more thing. I completely forgot where I lost. There we are. Okay. Just wanted to make sure I had all my equipment ready. Because I had a late start today. Good grief. Okay, well, hope everybody's doing well. Hope everybody had a good Friday. We're on to the weekend. Happy Easter. If I don't see you guys tomorrow, which I probably won't since I don't really stream on the Sundays. So we got a few things today and a few new knives. Not a lot, but we got a new case in. I got something from Tenable, from Kansept, and probably what might be one of the most expensive knives I had purchased. However, not the most expensive that I paid for. Kind of interesting, and a very interesting knife in itself. So we'll be getting that in. Excuse me. We'll be getting to that in just a little bit. All right. So first things first. Like I said, we got some new knives in. And we'll start off with a little show and tell. And first knife we got in, this, I always like to start with the traditional knives. This one is from Case. And I've got a few more Case that I'm trying to track down. It's just been taking a little while. And unfortunately, also, the USPS is being rather slow. But hopefully, stuff will be in soon. This is currently the only case I have in today, and this one comes from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. Now, Chasing Blades, they sell on Whatnot, which is an auction app. I do a lot of business with Chasing Blades on Whatnot and a few others, but Chasing Blades is probably one of my favorite sellers on there. It's probably not my favorite seller on there. They're just awesome guys, Mike and Gary. They handle all the stuff there. And this one is a, what do they call this? This is a blue sycamore. Did I say that right? Okay, yeah, blue sycamore wood. This is a smooth muskrat. You can see there, blue sycamore wood. The other side. I love the blue sycamore. I think they look absolutely fantastic. I have a few knives in this same handle material. You got a copper. They call it a bomb shield, if I remember correctly. Although some people have been saying now it kind of looks like a squirrel that got run over. If you look at it, like a run over flying squirrel or something. I guess in some, I can kind of see it. I can kind of see it. Now, the muskrat pattern, if you're not familiar with traditional knives, a muskrat pattern is a two-bladed traditional knife. And in this case, it has a California clip point on one end, as you can see there. And then also another California clip point on the other end. Now, the cool thing about these is, first of all, they don't have a typical like case product number. If you look at the tang here, the muskrat pattern, they call these patterns. The muskrat pattern is the only one where instead of a number, it's actually just muskrat. No other case knife is like that. All the other case knives have some type of product number there, but muskrat's the only one that just kept the muskrat name instead of being given a number. And they're all going to have two blades like this. Cool thing about this is as you're doing any working, cutting, whatever. Forgot all my cloths back here. There we go. Just grab that. As you're doing your cutting, whatever you're doing, and if you happen to be doing a lot of work and this one blade starts to dull, it's very easy just to go ahead and move on to the second blade. And you have a nice new sharp blade to work with without having to pause to sharpen the first one. And because they're both the same type of blade, both being California clip points, there's no like having to adjust how you're doing your cutting depending on what you're doing. Like if you're skinning an animal or something like that, you don't have to worry about adjusting your hold or handling the blade any different because it's the same exact blade on the other side, which makes them really, really handy knives and quickly becoming one of my favorite ones to collect. I like Trapper. I like a few knives. I like actually quite a few knife patterns from Case. My favorite ones being like trappers of all types. I like collecting trappers, docks, which they stopped making, those got put in the vault. And Sodbuster Juniors, and there's a few I like to collect. Muskrats quickly becoming a favorite. Sow bellies also quickly becoming a favorite. I blame Chasing Blades for that because Muskrat happens to be Mike's favorite pattern, and after getting my first Muskrat, I can completely understand why. And I had to get one of my own, which quickly turned to a few of my own, and this is the latest addition to my Muskrat collection. Again, this was from Case, the blue Sycamore Smooth wood Muskrat. Absolutely beautiful wood on this one. There you go. That's the new traditional that I got from Case this last week. I'm trying to hunt down a few more different and new Case patterns. However, it's been a little slow going. Hopefully, Chasing Blades will get them in stock soon, and then I can get them in to show you guys. But that's that for Case. Now, I did get another one from Chasing Blades, but we're going to save that for last because that's a really interesting one. Now, I've got some new moderns, or a couple new moderns. This one happens to be from Tenable. And if you're familiar with Tenable, Tenable is a budget brand owned by Kansept. Kansept, they make some premium knives. Usually around between a little over 100 to maybe a few hundred, depending on the model. Tenable is their budget line. So if you're looking for similar models to Kansept, but you wanted to save a little cash, you want to check out Tenable. And they'll have a lot of similar blade or knife models to their premium line, but much, much more affordable. This particular one, if I can, is called the Shard. Now, obviously, like I said, you can get the Kansept version with, I think they come in like titanium with different inlays, usually something along the lines of like M390 steel. But if you wanted to save some cash, because those are going to run you probably a good couple $100 on those models. If you want to save some cash, you go with Tenable. And they have this one in more affordable budget material. I say budget, it sounds bad. Like, I don't mean to make it sound cheap, because they really aren't. They have the same quality as their more expensive counterparts, just using less expensive materials. There we go. So you can see that was what was in the box. We have, I don't think there's anything else in here other than foam and some knife information, their warranty, get a microfiber cleaning cloth. I'll just go ahead and keep that out for now. And let's see, I'll put some of this stuff back in the box so I don't have too much stuff lying on my table. This, like I said, is called the Shard. Let me pull up some information, because otherwise I forgot to pull the information up on these knives. There we go. So this way I can tell you a little bit more about it. And sorry for any long pauses. I've developed a kind of mean cough today. So trying to work through that. Okay, this is called, like I said, the Tenable Shard. This particular one, and I think these are these new for 2026? I believe these are new for 2026. This particular one is going to be with a rose gold 3.47 inch 14C28N steel blade, and got a black aluminum handle on this one. And this is a crossbar lock knife. Now let's take a look at that blade. You can see there you got a thumb hole for deployment. Then you got your billboarding on the blade. Nice rose gold coating. You got Tenable there, 14C28N. I presume to be a model number. And on the other side, you got the name of the blade. This one's called the Shard. And nice feeling aluminum scales on this one. You get a decent amount of texture on there. So Aluminum scales, depending on how they're anodized, I found some to be really slick. I find some to be really grippy. This tends to be somewhere in the middle, not too slick, and you get a nice grip from that diamond texturing on there. You do have a reversible clip on this one, relatively deep carry. I do like that they used flat top screws for the pocket clip. I kind of wish they flattened this out at the end, because I like it when they flatten out a little bit, because it seems like they snag a little less if you were to rub up against anything. But nice deep carry, is reversible like you see here, and not too bad looking. Looks relatively large, to be quite honest, but that's only on this portion of the clip. This one doesn't seem to rise up so high. Now we got some back spacers here. No liner. Felt that blade there in my finger for a moment. Crossbar lock, like I said. Nice, smooth operation on that blade. We have ceramic ball bearings in here. How much does this one weigh? Let's take a look at the details on this one. Okay, so like I said before, 3.47-inch blade. When the blade is opened, it's going to be just under 8 inches at 7.96 inches. Hey, Prelude, how you doing? This one again, 14C28 in steel, with a flat grind, rose gold coated black aluminum with diamond texture, crossbar lock, 3.9 ounces, and designed by Kim Ning. I was watching Blade HQ yesterday. I might be on there. My apologies if anybody happens to see me on Whatnot and I don't respond, because a lot of times I'm multitasking, and I might be playing a video game, might be doing some cleaning, whatever, but then I'll have Whatnot on just loud enough for me to hear it. So if you say hi to me on Whatnot and I don't respond, I just might not have seen it. So my apologies for that. A lot of times I just have it in the background, just in case I see but hear something neat, and then I'll go take a look. Hey, Waylon, how you doing? We were just taking a look at the Shard, one of the new knives that I got this last week. This one I actually got on Whatnot from Going Gear. So I actually got a couple knives from Going Gear. I was just showing earlier, I had a case muskrat. I put it back in the box. Let me pull that back out. I got a case blue sycamore muskrat that I had just gone over before the Shard. That's this fella over here. In case you missed that. I'm really starting to like the muskrats. I've got a few now, and I blame Mike from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. But absolutely gorgeous blade. I love all the different materials you can get these knives in. That was one new one that we got this week. My only new traditional, and I was just going over the Shard. Really cool knife from Tenable. This one, I believe, is new for 2026. It's either 2026 or just the bare end of 2025 that these came out. I'm pretty sure these are new for this year, though. Normally a little bigger than I'd like to carry, but just one of those things that was just really neat. And I got a really, really cool deal on this from Going Gear. So it was one of those that was kind of hard to pass up, because these normally run, let's see, these are, at least on Tenable's website, they run $59.89. Let me see if they show up any different anywhere else. I know I didn't pay that on Whatnot. I'm always grabbing what steals I can get. Yeah, Going Gear, Jay is great. Going Gear is pretty awesome. I get some really awesome deals from them. Blade City, a lot of times I'll get some decent stuff from them at a really good price, especially if they're running a neat flash sale. I did miss a really good flash sale recently, though, during BladeCon. Unfortunately, I was busy, but they were doing some really awesome deals. Going Gear, I've just been consistently able to get some really good prices on some of the stuff that I've been looking for. I've got quite a few things from Going Gear. If I go for anything traditional, normally I track down Chasing Blades. In fact, if you're wanting to find me on Whatnot, more often than not, I'm sitting on one of Chasing Blades shows. And there's another one there's another seller I will go to for traditional knives. But generally, I'll go to his shows if there's something that I can't get from Chasing Blades. His show, or his name is RL Simp. In fact, he's got a really interesting knife coming up on the 20th. So if you check out his profile and bookmark his April 20th show, he's coming out with a collaboration with Case, and he has his own exclusive trapper coming from Case, and it's going to be, they call it the Caramel Apple, and it's really, really cool looking. He's shown it a few times. He's shown one of his samples a few times. It's going to be limited in number. I forgot how many he's going to have. I don't know the cost. He couldn't tell me how much it's going to run. I know it's going to be a little over $100 at the very least, but I have a feeling that those could run up a little higher due to those being on auction. But those are supposed to come up on the 20th. I'm really hoping to get my hands on one because it's a really, really cool looking knife. But anyway, yeah, his show is RL Simp. Like I said, I got this from Going Gear. Crossbar lock. I know crossbar lock. I'm kind of feeling crossbar lock fatigue, but at the same time, when I come across just a really good knife at a really nice price, like I said, 14C28 and steel aluminum scales, and it's from Tenable, I know with Tenable I'm going to get a really good quality knife, seeing as they're the budget brand again from Kansept, really well centered in there, and just a really comfortable, smooth operation knife that just feels really, really solid. And let's see, I don't normally test Case out of the box because Case, admittedly, they're kind of, their edges when you get them out of the box are a little all over the place. Sometimes I'll get some with a burn. I'll need to work on them. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes they're razor sharp. Sometimes I had to do a little honing on them. So they're a little weird in that way, but I still love them. I think they're absolutely beautiful. And if you do have one with a slight burr on it, they're very easy to clear up, and you can get a razor edge on these things without much effort. It does take a little bit of time, which is generally why I don't do a lot of testing with those. Now, on modern knives, normally you get a really good out-of-the-box edge from most manufacturers. They still sometimes vary a little bit depending on where you get them from. Kansept. Kansept has always been pretty darn good. Yeah, sometimes the Tenables even sometimes feel better than the more premium, more expensive Kansepts. I know a lot of people really like the Tenable Fenrirs. They're much more affordable, obviously. They might not have the premium steels and the premium scale material, but they're very capable knives, and they just look really cool. And you save yourself a ton if you don't mind going and grabbing a Kansept budget model. But their quality control is right on par with Kansept that I'm finding. You're not really, other than using less expensive materials, you're not losing anything in terms of quality control, or just overall quality. All amazing knives from Tenable. I don't have too many from them. I really, really want to get more. I do have a couple Fenrir. I think those are their only. No, I have a couple Fenrir. I have a Bomber. Excuse me. Yeah, I have a couple Fenrir. I got a Bomber from Tenable. This was my first Tenable knife, was that Fenrir. Then I got this one. I'd like to say I got this one from Blade City. Pretty sure I did. The zombie version, because the Fenrirs are just really, really cool. You had an 80s Main Street and really an 80s Main Street. I'm not the biggest fan, admittedly, of the Main Street. I do have a little Main Street. Where did it go? That's from Kansept. There it is. And it's super small. And I believe I got this as a giveaway. I can't remember from who. Because it's not normally I like this blade style. But it does look, I don't know, the regular size looks a little weird for me. I did get this, I believe, as a giveaway. It's not bad. It's actually pretty cool. It's just barely big enough for me to comfortably use, though. It's just so small. It makes for a neat 5th pocket knife. I mean, I have others about that size that I actually prefer to use. I don't know, they're just a little easier to use than the little Main Street. But the Fenrir's are really, really sweet. I'm really tempted to pick up a Kansept version. At the same time, it's kind of hard considering how much it costs to get a Tenable version. Now, the two that I have, this one's a crossbar lock. As you can see, this one is a push button with a zombie, scales, and the blue anodized steel, or blue coated blade. I believe there's a Nitro V. Are these Nitro V or 14C? This one's Nitro V. I believe they're both Nitro V, but... Oh, no. And then this one's 14C28N. Okay. But really cool blades. The bomber is awesome. It's just an overbuilt monstrosity. This one, I believe, is D2. Yeah, it's D2 steel. It's not something I'd probably ever really carry, but it's just neat. I don't have too many overbuilt knives. I do really want more. This is just one of those really cool budget overbuilt ones. And it's got an amazing edge on it. A huge chunk of D2 steel on there. Liner lock on this one. But Tenable makes some great stuff. And like I said, quality-wise, they have been amazing. And this shard is no exception. This thing's pretty sweet. Nice and... Oops. I had my hand on the crossbar lock, but nice and smooth. Otherwise, on the pivot and the tension on the crossbar lock is pretty much where I want to see it. They don't, most crossbars have terrible. I've had. It depends on the manufacturer. I've had some that were bad. Tenable, Kaiser. Most all the crossbars that I have tend to be. They're pretty darn good. I think. I'm trying to think of there was one that wasn't all that great. I'm trying to remember which one that was. I can't recall. It's not one that I own. I was actually taking a look at it and decided against. I ended up deciding against buying it. And then, actually, no, I do have one that I own, but I can't remember what it was like or what the manufacturer was. That wasn't so hot. I don't even know if I hung on to it. I think it was an SRM. And it was kind of surprising because the SRMs are actually not bad in terms of action and stuff. Oh, yeah, it wasn't SRM. I did get rid of it. I did get rid of that one. The Main Street, for me, has... even that little Main Street actually isn't bad. The only thing that makes that little Main Street awkward is its size. The action itself isn't too bad. It's actually really smooth. This one's glassy smooth. I have a couple Bear Nakamas, and those actually aren't bad. I've heard, although I have heard from some people they're not as smooth. The ones that I have 2 of them because they came in 2 different colorways, and I have one of each colorway, and mine aren't bad at all. If they were, I'll be honest. Like I said, I had an SRM. I remember which one it was now, and I think that SRM was like, I think they go for like $25. It wasn't a very expensive one. And I ended up selling it, And the action on that one was it was like I think I did a video on it. It was a very fine. You kind of had to walk a tightrope, and I don't think it was called the Cub. I did a video on it. Like if you loosen it too much, the action was better, but then you had some blade play, and then if you tightened it too much, then it just wasn't. There was too much friction, and I had to tweak it really, really finely to try to get that right balance where I can get some okay action without the blade play. But because it was such a very small, like, it had like a very small leeway to it, that just using it eventually would throw it off. And then it would loosen up and it would get a little bit of a blade play on there. It's kind of a shame because it was also one of the sharpest SRMs I've seen. That blade on that thing was an absolute laser beam. And yeah, I ended up selling it somebody for really cheap. And but I forgot how much I sold it for, like less than $20 if I remember correctly. The SRMs though have been absolutely fantastic. And the Bear Ops, like I said, the Bear Ops Nakama, the 2 Bear Ops Nakamas that I have, personally, the ones that I have at least are great. Like I like them, and for the cost you can get them for, it wasn't that bad. Those are the only 2 that I have, though. I know they've come out with a few. Like I think Sweet 2A was another seller on Whatnot that did a lot of collaborations with them, and I know they've had several Bear Ops Nakamas that they've come out with, but I've only got those 2 initial ones. Hey, a mic dropped. I've only got those 2 initial ones that actually are pretty darn good, and they feel pretty great. But I haven't had any other experience with any other Bear Ops, actually. The funny thing is I have let's see. I have a couple. Which one was this one? I got a couple Bear Edges, which is kind of funny because the Bear Edge, you have 3 different types of Bear and Sons. You have the Bear and Sons that are supposed to be made in the U.S. completely. You have the Bear Ops, which are generally made in the U.S., but a lot of times they might have materials that are sourced from foreign countries. And then you have Bear Edge, which is like their super budget brand where they're predominantly made overseas. And the funny thing is I have this Bear Edge that I really, really like. This one it's funny because this one has a camo pattern called the Strata, and I have a bunch of camo that uses this exact same Strata pattern. If I tossed my jacket down or a pair of pants down and toss this on top of it, you'd barely see it. And the funny thing is, for a super cheap knife, this actually works really, really well. Smooth, frame lock. I don't even know what steel this is made out of. It's obviously made in China. I don't even know the steel. I'd like to say it's around like a 420 or 440, something along those lines. But surprisingly smooth and actually pretty decent in the QC. Centered perfectly well, nice and smooth, really quick to deploy, super nice lockup. Cheap as all get out, but not bad. And maybe I'm just lucking out on the ones that I'm getting. This one was, I don't even know what this one was. This is a Bear Edge, also frame lock. I can't remember which one this one's called. This one, they say it was built in the USA, but more than likely the parts obviously were manufactured probably in China. This one had a pretty nice lockup too. I can't remember the model on this one. This one was a freebie. I got this as a giveaway. I know that. And the Nakamas that I have were these 2. The black and copper, and the gray with the blue anodized. And these have been pretty good. Like, I was actually surprised. At least the 2 that I have are pretty sweet. Action's really nice. on these two. But I have heard some people, I have heard from some people that the quality has varied quite a bit on the Bear Ops. Now mine happened to be really nicely centered. There was no blade movement at all. Tension's really nice on these. So I don't know. I've had a pretty good experience with mine. So maybe I just lucked out. I don't know. Mine have been pretty good. I generally don't hang on to a knife if it doesn't feel right. Hey, Alani, how you doing? Hey, South Beats. Glad you could make it. Yeah, the Nakama's been pretty nice. I haven't had... Now, the only thing I've heard... if I heard a lot of negativity from Bear & Sons... it's generally on the butterfly knives, their balisongs. I don't have one, so I can't speak too much about them. I don't have one of the Bear Ops or the Bear & Sons balisongs. That's just from what I've heard. Hopefully sooner or later I can pick one up just to see how it is, but I'm not the biggest balisong guy, to be quite honest, which is one of the reasons why I have like one that I know is like a super cheap Chinese made. Admittedly, it's just to have, so I had an example of one. But the Nakamas are great. At least mine are fine. Even those really cheap Bear Ops seem to work really well for me. Yeah, I think most of the negativity tends to follow the balisongs that I've heard, and I think it's because I think it's who they're comparing it to. And again, I'm not a balisong guy, so I don't know too much about those. And the that SRM, that one was a shame. It was like $25. Laser beam of an edge. And SRM, all the SRM knives I have, insane edges on those. All of them have crazy good edges. And I've said it before, I don't know who the hell's doing the edges on the SRM knives. I don't know who's finishing those, but they need a freaking raise. Or another company needs to snag them up because they're doing freaking crazy good on those, like mirror edges on all of them. Even that $25 one was super, super nice. It's just a shame that it was a weird balancing act in trying to, for the action and the blade play on that one. Taking a break from Yardwork South Beats. Hey, Sirens, how you doing? Not a fan of the which scales? Which scales aren't you a fan of? I'm not sure. Everybody's got their preferences. It depends. It depends. For me, I mean, I've seen. Let's see. My least favorite scales, admittedly, tend to be Ultim. And for some, I guess it's because Ultim and Natural G10, or a lot of people call it Jade G10. Ultim's always that weird kind of like amber pea color, and then the Natural G10. I had a couple knives that came into it. I thought it looked pretty neat, but then it's like I seen so many of them. It's kind of like with the crossbars. I have a little bit of crossbar fatigue. It doesn't always. I mean, when it comes to crossbars, obviously I got a new knife with a crossbar on it. There's got to be a lot more going. I just happen to like the blade profile on this. It was a new and different Tenable. I liked the aluminum scales. It just looked really neat, and it was a hell of a lot cheaper than the Kansept version. The Kansept versions of these, let me take a look. Because those will run you a lot more expensive. Obviously, they have a lot more premium materials. You're not a fan of Bear Ops? Some people. They've been pretty good. I haven't chased them down. Like I said, I got interested in the Nakama, and then a couple of those other ones, or that one I got for free. And admittedly, I got the Bear Edge one, the camo one, because literally it had the same camo as some of my hunter's clothing. Yeah, Tenable, or I'm sorry, the Kansept version of the shard, their least expensive shard's going to run like $160, and it can run as high as 300. So, oh no, they had another one. It's discontinued though. It's like 135, but it had one of their Tiger Stripe Flame titaniums. Really? Discontinued? I like Tiger Stripe Flame. I think they look neat. And that one was an S35VN blade with the tiger stripes. That would have been cool. Why is that discontinued? That's a bummer. I would have liked that. It looks like all the other shards come with S35VN steel, some of them with Damascus, and I like Kansept Damascus. Kansept Damascus is awesome. But you got titanium scales with different inlays, stuff like that. Let's see here. They've been working for me. Like I said, I like them so far. Or at least the ones that I've got, I like them. They've been pretty good. Tenable, however, freaking awesome quality. Really love their stuff. Really glad I picked that one up. Got that one at a steal from Blade City. Now, the other new knife that I got, this one also was from Blade City. This one actually is a Kansept. And this one's not a new model. This one, it's just I've had my eyeball on it. Oh no, not Blade City. I got this from Going Gear. I'm sorry. I got the shard, and I got this one from Going Gear. My bad. This one I believe came out in 2024, and this one, get in there, is called the Kansept Loki. I've just had my eyeball on this for the longest time, and then I'd get distracted and I'd go get something, I get distracted by something new and shiny and I'd grab it, and this one always ended up sitting on my wish list, and I'd always every once in a while I'd come back to it, and I managed to get a really good deal from Going Gear on it, so I went with it. This is, like I said, called the Kansept Loki. This one's got titanium bronzed anodized, kind of like oil slick. If you fingerprint it, changes color a little bit. Oil slick anodized, frag patterned scales, really grippy because of that frag pattern. And you got a thumb hole for deployment. I believe this was a 2.99 inch sheep's foot blade. This one is also a frame lock, titanium pocket clip. The pocket clip, I don't believe is reversible. No, it's not. This one's not reversible. Black wash blade. You can see S35VN steel. You got Loki, maker's mark there. And this is just one that I've been wanting for quite a while. I love the feel of this thing. It's absolutely fantastic and really grippy because of that frag pattern. I know some people love the frag pattern. Some people hate it. For me, it works really well. I really like it. It's a little on, just barely on the sharp edge. You can really feel that texture. It's not going to cut into you or anything like that, but you can definitely feel some corners that and that adds to its grippiness. I mean, this thing is not sliding around anywhere, and I think it's fantastic looking. I kind of like that they don't go all the way. Like, I see a lot of frag pattern. The entire scale is done in frag. I kind of like how they did this sort of 2/3 thing. Neat little design. And just really, really comfortable. I can choke up really nicely on that blade. Kansept's one of my favorite. Kansept and Remet happen to be one of my favorite manufacturers. I got a lot of Kansept, a lot of Remet. So this was my latest one from Kansept. Really nice. Really awesome knife. Love the feel of that one. I've just been wanting one of these for a long time, and finally saw that Going Gear had one. He gave me a decent price on it. I couldn't ignore it this time. And just super smooth, glassy action on this. Nice, quick deployment. frame lock is really easy to disengage. Really like this knife. And even nice lockup on a slow roll. No movement on that. I just think these look freaking awesome. Normally, I'm not even that big on the blackened blades. I generally like my knives, and it's funny because I have a rose gold coated one. Normally, I like a naked steel blade. I don't normally like coatings unless it's like DLC, but I have to admit, with this type of scale on there, the black blade did look pretty awesome. So I had to go with it. And same thing with the rose gold. I really like the color on the rose gold along with the black aluminum scales on this one. So it was kind of hard to ignore. But usually I go for a naked steel and uncoated, unless it's DLC. DLC I do like. Excuse me. Yeah, it looks like a waffle pattern. Really grippy, very aggressive. I've had some frag patterns before that weren't. They were a little smoother feeling. They still had a good amount of grip. This one has a very, very aggressive frag pattern to it. Like you can feel those corners on that pattern, but it makes for a really good grip on there. You don't like seeing DLC on your blades. See, normally, like I said, I'm not a fan of coated blades. But sometimes, depending on the combination, they look pretty nice to me. I prefer naked blades. The only coating that I generally would actually get, the only problem is they tend to drive the price up on a knife, would be a DLC if they do a really good job of the DLC. But I don't seek them out too often, only because you end up paying quite a bit more to get that DLC coating. But DLC coatings I like because they tend to last decently long before looking really worn out, where if I use like either one of these relatively heavily, you'll start to really easily see the wear and tear on the blade. A lot of scratches, a lot of dulling. So that's one of the reasons why I'm not super fond of coatings. The only other coating that I don't mind too much is Cerakote, but those do also wear. It depends on if you like the look of a worn blade. Some people do, some people don't. To me, it depends on the knife. Some blades look good worn, some blades don't to me. Some it doesn't matter because they're users, and I'm gonna use them constantly, regardless of how they look. This one would probably be one of those where I don't care how it looks. I think it looks great now, but because of the way the scale looks, worn, if this were to get worn in, I think it would look even better. So one of those knives I think would look even better with some like wear marks and stuff on there. But that's me. Everybody's going to be a little different. The other reason why I'm not super fond, admittedly, of coated blades was something that I learned that I thought was pretty interesting. A lot of times, a coated blade will be a hair softer than a non-coated blade. And I forgot who tested this. I'd like to say, I'm trying to remember who I get the information from. I'd like to say it was Outdoors 55. I could be wrong, so don't go yelling at him or anything like that. But I think it might have been him, because I know he's done hardness testing, or it might have been, I don't know, it could have been some article, some metallurgy stuff that I've read. But I've heard that a lot of times, now obviously it depends also on the manufacturer or who's treating the blades, okay? Because you can overcome that with good treatment. But I guess on average, a lot of times coated blades will just be a hair softer. And I think it has to do with the application of the coatings on those blades. I could be completely off. If somebody knows better, let me know. But that's what I've heard. I would like to hear. I'd like to know more information. But that's another reason to kind of stray away usually from coated blades. If they look cool, though, I'll snag them. It's just more often than not, I prefer naked. Although one other steel that I do like the looks of, if it's done really well, is Damascus. I know some people, it's hit or miss with Damascus. Either you love Damascus or you hate Damascus. I'm one of those that really likes a nice Damascus steel if it's done well. And that leads me to my other knife. This is the last new knife I got this week. Let me go ahead and close these before I end up slicing a hand open. There we go. Oh, God, I love the feel of that. It feels good even closing. Oh, my God. That's just a nice feeling knife. I didn't even look and see it well centered in there. Like I said, super smooth. No movement. It just feels good. Okay, I gotta stop. That leads me to probably one of the more interesting knives I've ever gotten in my collection, because this is probably one of the most expensive knives I now have in my collection. Oddly enough, it's not the most expensive knife that I paid for. So, retail-wise, and I've looked around, average price on this is high. I paid like a fraction of this. This one is also, I believe, my first knife from Italy. So the land of fast cars and pasta. This one is called, or this one is made by Akaso. Now, it's not in the box because the box is oddly shaped, and unfortunately during transit must have gotten sat on. Thankfully, the knife is okay. But this one is from Akaso. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. These were made, let me see if I got all the information right. These were made in Maniago, Italy, in the City of Knives. Apparently they have a long history of quality knife craftsmanship over there. This one is also designed by, Andrew Demko designed this knife for Akaso. So, my first one from Akaso, and I never expected to get one from Akaso because every time I've looked at Akaso, their knives tend to be on the really high end in cost. Now, this particular knife, anywhere I've looked on retail, even on Amazon currently, sitting at $360. Normally, I would not pay that for a knife. In fact, I did not pay that for this knife. This one is called the Solstice Gentleman's Knife. It's an executive style knife. For some odd reason, here we go. Okay, so it came in a cloth bag. For some odd reason, it came in 2 cloth bags. One cloth bag inside of another cloth bag. And this is the knife. Again, called the Solstice, designed by Andrew Demko. Executive style knife. We've got red fat carbon fiber for the show scale on one side. And on the back, it is a frame lock. We have titanium on the other side. We have a deep carry reversible pocket clip. Uses nice flat screws that are inset. Well, I don't know if those are flat. Oh, no, they're not. It's a single flat, kind of rounded screw, but it is inset in there. So that can be reversed. Really cool looking fat carbon fiber on this, and there's their insignia on the pivot. Now, this is a Damascus steel, and if I understand correctly, it's a 120 layer German steel. Now, I don't know the exact composition on the Solstice. Ooh, got some hair on there. Fuzz. I don't know the exact composition on this Damascus blade. Raindrop pattern. They said something about an extended tang, but I can't tell too much. Now, frame lock, you can see that frame lock goes right well underneath the blade. And it does have a really good lockup on this one. no movement. Executive style, really smooth on this action as well. Super slick. And just got a really, really elegant look to it. This one has, well, what's the measurements on this one? It's hard to find information on this. Most information I have on this one is coming from retailers, because even on Akaso's site, they have the Solstice, but this model, strangely enough, is missing. They've got other Solstice knives that look relatively the same, but they have maybe different scale materials, different knife steels for the blade. I know soon they're coming out with a Damasteel version, which sounds really cool, but you're looking, if I remember correctly, upwards of $400 to $500 for that particular model. But super slick, really beautiful looking, in my opinion. Like I said, some people like the Damascus. I love Damascus. Again, as long as it's done right. This one they did really, really well. Looks absolutely gorgeous. That raindrop pattern, you can see, if we can get this to focus on the back, you can see the layers on the spine. If I can get that to focus, I don't know if you can see it. I know in my naked eye, I can see all the individual layers on there. I don't know if that's coming up on screen or not. I know it's really hard to tell. I don't know if I can zoom in anymore. But there are, you can see the individual layers on the back of the spine. Got some jimping on the back. Like I said, really good lockup. Just, I don't have a suit that I think is worthy enough to carry this in my pocket. This is one of those, this is something that you've probably seen like a CEO's business suit pocket. But just really, really cool. Not something I probably would have gotten, except I got an amazing deal of all places from Chasing Blades. Chasing Blades had this in their stock, and they gave it to me at a literal steal. Like, again, anywhere I've looked, the cheapest I've seen this one, $360 roughly. I didn't pay anywhere near that. And at the price that they gave me for this one, it was kind of hard to ignore. Again, great lockup, great feel in the hand. I think it looks absolutely beautiful. I've only got a couple other executive style knives. It's not something I normally chase, but this just looked absolutely slick. The other two executive knives that I have, a lot less than this. One, admittedly, I got simply because I wanted to get into a giveaway. I think I got it from Appalachian Freeze Dried Knives, and it was actually rather inexpensive. I'm trying to remember how much it was. I'd like to say it was closer to like the $35, $40 range. Where did I put that one? There it is. I think they called it the Bestech Lanza. This one is G10 scales. Again, an executive style knife because it's really slim. Fits easily in a shirt pocket. If they're sitting in a shirt pocket, they're going to look pretty similar to something like along the lines of a pen, maybe like a tiny flashlight. But this one, I think, was called the Lanza from Bestech Men. This one's a front flipper, whereas this one is a rear flipper. I think the front flipper gives this one a lot more cleaner lines because you don't have anything jutting out like you do here. But this was considerably less expensive. This one has 14C28N steel. G10 scales on this one, and the other one was even cheaper, was from Rough Rider. Unfortunately, that one is buried right now. I put all my Rough Riders back in the closet, and it was I could probably find it. It was like a red. I don't know if it's an actual red. It was one of their premium, like premium select or whatever, black label Rough Riders, and I think it had like a red carbon fiber scale. Also had a Damascus steel blade, but I think considerably less, but probably along the lines of like $40 to $50, closer to the Lanza as opposed to this one here. But looked surprisingly good. I did a video. I don't know if I put the video out on that one. Hang on a second. I heard something thud, so I want to make sure nothing's broken. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. I heard a thud. My girlfriend was moving stuff and a table fell over. So I want to make sure everything was okay. Okay. So I was looking for that Rough Rider. I'd like to say it was one of their select. I can't remember exactly, but I kind of wish I had pulled it out, but it's buried in there. Let's see if I can find it. I don't even know if that's available anymore. I could try digging in my closet. It might take me a while, though. Okay. So, yeah, these are the latest ones that I've got. We'll put this one away. For this last week, we had the Case Muskrat, the Tenable Shard, the Kansept Loki, and then the Akaso Solstice. Just some really interesting knives. This is nice. That's smooth. Not seeing anything. I was wondering if there was anything else on here. It says Italy on the blade, Solstice on the other side. Not seeing much more. Really solid lockup on that. And designed by Andrew Demko. That one was probably the biggest shocker, that Andrew Demko designed this one. When I hear Andrew Demko, I think more along the lines of like the AD, what do they call that one? AD something. The one with a shark lock. I have one. And one of my favorite knives. But anytime I hear Andrew Demko, I'm thinking more along these lines. This one is the... Good grief, I can't remember the name. 20 CV shark lock with the... I forgot what they called the blade. It's a sheep's foot. They had a fancy name for it. My brain's just not functioning today. But just a really awesome knife. I love this knife. And this is usually what I picture when I hear Andrew Demko. I don't really picture something like this. So that one was a surprise to me. And my first Italian blade. So pretty neat. I forgot how nice this was. I haven't used this in a while. But yeah, Andrew Demko, this is what I'm usually picturing in my brain when I hear that name. Oh, I'll put that back in the case. There we go. Anyway, these are all the new knives I got this week, with the exception of this one. And I've got a few more, oops, something fell, coming my way. But of course, with the way USPS has been going about, it's taking a while. Hopefully, should have them in by next week. I'm also waiting for some new case because there's a pattern. There's a new one for 2026 that I've been trying to get called an axe handle. I just have not had any luck getting my hands on those axe handles. There's been a few sellers that have had them on Whatnot, but if I remember correctly, retail on those are supposed to be like around, or at least depending on the model, they'll start as low as like $75. But because stock keeps running out, a lot of people have been snapping those up. If you go on an auction, I've seen a lot of those axe handles running up to like over $100, which to me is kind of crazy. So I'm kind of waiting to see if I can get, just get it at the retail price, because they're getting marked up pretty insanely on the auctions. And it's not the sellers marking it up. It's people are bidding them up when they're trying to get their hands on it. Last couple axe handles I've seen, RL Simp had them in stock, and every time he's put them on auction, I don't think any of them have gone for like under $100. And we're talking about like a $75 knife. So I have not been able to get my hands on one. Normally, if I'm going on Whatnot, if I'm going to get a knife, I want to get it. If not at retail, I'm definitely hunting for a good deal on it. And I've been pretty lucky with Whatnot in a lot of the knives that I've gotten. I generally end up coming out ahead in terms of cost. Like, case is a little harder because with case knives, they generally have they're very, what's the word I'm looking for? They're very strict with their MAP pricing, which is minimal advertised pricing. They don't want to see their knives going for cheap. So they reinforce their MAP pricing on their knives, even through Whatnot. If somebody tries to like undercut everybody else and sell their case knives at a very, very low cost, and case finds out about it, a lot of times case they'll end their partnership with them, if it's something that they continue to do. So a lot of sellers, they have a minimum advertised price that they can sell case for. So when it comes to getting deals on case, it's a little harder to do. If you're looking for deals on case, you're usually looking at the pre-owned or used market, or you're looking at giveaways, things like that. If you're looking to save money on a case knife. So if I can get a case knife at the lowest MAP possible, then I feel like I've lucked out on those. Everything else seems to have a little better leeway. I know Benchmade is another one that I think a lot of sellers on Whatnot have actually stopped selling. I think, if I understood correctly, I think Benchmade has been pulling a lot of their stuff and doesn't want their stuff on Whatnot. I think it has to do with a lot of counterfeits that have been floating around. I think, or at least that might be part of it. But they're also another one that doesn't like to see their stuff go for an exceedingly low cost, because they want to keep that high price, that perception that their knives are worth that amount, and they don't want to see anybody throwing them around for less than for really cheap. And I can't really say how much, like, what the margin is on those, because I hear a lot when it comes to margins. I hear a lot of different information. Some sellers say they have a decent margin on them. Some people say they have like nothing to work with. And I don't know if it's just sellers, just trying to get things to sell at a certain price or not. The ones that I know and do trust haven't said anything in either direction. So I don't know what the margins are for Benchmade or for Case for that matter. So otherwise, other than that, I generally get pretty darn good deals on whatnot. That's where I do most of my purchasing. And if you're going to see me on anywhere, it's usually one of those shows. Usually in Chasing Blades. If I'm not on Chasing Blades, then more than likely I'm on like either Going Gear, Blade HQ, or not Blade HQ, Blade City, sometimes Blade HQ. Either Going Gear, Blade City, or RL Simp if I'm not on like Chasing Blades. Chasing Blades I've just done a lot of stuff with, and we've developed a pretty decent relationship. Chasing Blades is actually coming out with their own exclusives with Texan knives. They've got their own blue bone trappers and muskrats coming out, and I don't know if they're going to be in Damascus steel or not. I did see they showed me a picture, but it was a picture for the manufacturer, so it was kind of, they didn't have a whole lot of detail, but they were looking really, really good. Unfortunately, I don't know what the price is on those yet. And I think they got blue bone. I think they're supposed to have red and black as well. So I can't wait for them to come out with those. I want to try to get a sampling of one of those and show you guys those Texan blades. I have one Texan Blades knife from them that I've showed you guys a few times. It's a fixed blade. That was that Damascus fixed blade with mahogany scales. That's currently my only Texan knife, and I thought they did a fantastic job on that one. I thought that was an absolutely beautiful knife with a mahogany wood with a handle. They're wood of 4 rubbed worn. That's unfortunately my only sample from them. So I'm hoping to get one of their new ones when they come out. I don't know exactly when those are supposed to be released, but at least they got photos. They're just about ready. But still probably at the very least, probably a couple more weeks out. At the very least. Can't get enough of how good this one feels. This one just feels so nice. Oh god, I love Kansept. They just make some really awesome stuff. That and Kansept and Remet have been really impressing me. I know this is not a new model, but I really do like a lot of their knives. And I'm hoping to get to. I know there's a few more from Remet. There's a couple from Kansept I'm still keeping an eye on. Obviously, I'm waiting for stuff to like get to a point where people aren't shoving tons of money at them and upping the price at auctions. I'm hoping to get to a point where I can snag some for some really good deals. Yeah, Kansept and Remet have been going really hard with a lot of their new stuff. I don't know if they even pronounce it right. They've got that. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. The Halid, and I think it's pronounced Quattro, but it's QTRO. I might have to pick some of these up soon. These are a lot longer than I normally am comfortable with. The Halid is almost like a smaller shard. different blade style. And they are liner locks. And interestingly enough, it's the first knife I've seen from Kansept where they're offering the halide or halide. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. They're actually offering replacement scales for those, crystallized titanium in both blue or green. So you can buy one, and then you can buy a set of replacement scales if you just want to change it up. The QTRO or Quattro looks really cool. Except that one's another crossbar lock, but really nice blade design. It's got like a Warncliffe blade almost, and they even have one with more of a hawk bill blade. You don't see that too often. It's just crossbar lock, so I'm like, but they make good crossbar locks, so I can't complain too much. And then another crossbar lock called the Sif that looks really, really pretty. That one just looks pretty. Kind of like a harpoon style, like an elongated harpoon style blade. A little different, like a lot more elongated compared to Kansept's Fenrir harpoon blade. I wish I had pictures. I'm trying to figure out a way to set this up so I can show pictures off screen, like off my camera, but it works a little funky. So I haven't been able to do that. So those are the new knives. Like I said, let me grab a drink real quick because I am thirsty as hell and I forgot to grab one. And then we'll move on to whatever you guys want to talk about. So I'll be right back. Okay, just grabbed myself a soda. I needed to wet my whistle. My girlfriend's been going strong on whatnot. She's still been getting candy. Boxes and boxes of candy. And you won't believe what you got. I've seen these. I've heard of these, but not seen these. I've heard of these and seen them on, like, I don't know, usually like on shows or something, but I've never. She gave me a Zagnut. I don't even know what a Zagnut is. What is this? Crunchy peanut butter candy coated in toasted coconut. That sounds interesting. I mean, I've heard of these. I almost didn't even realize they existed. She got a box full of those things. So she's been frequently going on whatnot, except she likes the candy stuff. How I haven't just got contact diabetes, I have no idea. We have so much candy. Oh, there was one more new one that I got this week. I almost forgot about this one. Except I've had this. I've already have this one. It was something I got from Monthly Knife Club. And it's only the second time that I've gotten a knife from the Monthly Knife Club that I've already owned. Where did it go? There it is. And it was a Cobra Tech knife. And this one was their Scout. Now, I already have, I think I have a couple Scouts. I have a green one. This one's in black G10. Or is it black FRN? I believe it's G10. Oops, the box fall too. And they're actually really nice knives. This one's VG10 steel. And it is a button liner lock, except the button's on the pivot. I can't remember if they have a specific name for this type of lock. But really sweet little knife from Cobra Tech. And you can see the button on the pivot. And it's a liner lock knife. And you can see when I press the button down, you'll see the liner get kind of like pulled upward towards the button to unlock the blade. And you can kind of see it moving there. And like I said, I've had I at least have a green one. I could have sworn I had a couple of them, a couple more. I'm trying to remember what case I threw them in. Gosh darn it. Was it that one? I think it was that one. Okay, yeah. No, okay. That was not it. I pulled the wrong one out. That's a CJRB. It looked green, so I pulled that one out. You know what? I don't know where I put it. I know I have a green one of these scout knives. It's either a green one or another black one. I know I have more than one. But I thought this was kind of interesting because I like the button lock. Now, I don't know who OEMs for Cobra Tech. I do know one interesting fact that I found out about Cobra Tech is when you order or when a retailer orders a knife, they don't put together the knives until an order's made. So they don't have like a warehouse full of pre-made knives. When somebody puts an order, they go into, at that point is when they go in production. And from what I understand, they're manufactured in the U.S. I do believe they do get a lot of their materials overseas, but they're manufactured in the U.S. They just don't put everything together until an order's made. And the reason why I'm wondering who OEMs, because I was starting to see that similar locking mechanism on a few knives. This one is a DEFCON knife. Just noticed I chipped my nail. And it has a very similar locking system where the button's on the pivot, and you can see the liner lock there and how it pulls that liner lock out of the way. The only difference on the DEFCON, I've done a video on this one, is you got a rear flipper like you do with the Scout, except you also have this top, like, I don't know, I call them top rolls, or like this Mohawk type flipper. It's not the easiest to use, but they are very low profile, so the lines are a little cleaner on this one. They don't jut out as much. That Mohawk, you can curl your finger over and just pull it back to open the knife, but otherwise similar locking mechanism. I've seen similar locking mechanisms on Dream Tech as well. I don't have too many Dream Techs, but I do see Dream Techs a lot on Whatnot, and they go for a pretty decent price, usually around anywhere from $30 to $70, depending on the actual Dream Tech knife. They do have some more premium, slightly more expensive models, usually collaborations with some of the Whatnot sellers. But I'm trying to remember where I put my other Scout. I know I have it sitting somewhere. I just can't, for the life of me, remember where I put it. But like I said, I know I have another one of these because I don't normally carry too many doubles. I have a few doubles, but usually I get doubles for a very specific reason. Wow, that is very, very smooth. This one might end up going to a viewer. Like I said, I've been slowly collecting knives. A lot of them tend to be multiples of knives that I already have or that I already own in my collection. So anytime I get multiples, I've been debating going ahead and piling those together. And like I was saying, hopefully in the future, if I'm ever able to like maintain 1,000 users for like, say, like a week, then I'm hoping to do a giveaway through Whatnot and give away some of those knives that I have multiples of. This very well might be one of them. And I've got others like a Civivi and maybe a few, maybe a case or two. I don't know yet. I have to get them all together. I've been slowly gathering them. More than a few Rough Riders I might be clearing out of my collection, just simply to make room. I have nothing against Rough Riders. Rough Riders have been fantastic. I just don't collect those like I used to. So if we can get this channel up to 1,000, there's a good chance I might be giving away some free knives. That's my hope anyway. So that is, now that I remembered this Cobra Tech Scout knife, that would be all the new knives that I got this last week. This is really, really smooth. Now I kind of want to find, I got to figure out what I did with that other one. I know I still have it. I thought I took it out and put it in one of my cases, but I can't remember which case I put it in. And that's going to bug the heck out of me, because I really do like that knife. I did carry it I actually carried it quite often. I could have sworn it was in this case, but nope. Oh, nope, there it is. Found it. The color was just not as light green as I thought. Looked a little darker. So yeah, this is the Scout knife that I had. Ooh, excuse me. Same knife as the black one. This one just happens to have green scales on it. I wanted to find it because I was enjoying how smooth this one is. I just wanted to compare it to the one I had. This one has a little bit more. Not just as smooth. I'm just not pressing the button as hard. This one I think has a slightly stiffer button. Not stiff in a bad way. I'm just noticing I'm having to press harder. Lockup looks exactly the same. No movement. The black one does have, just seems slightly smoother. They're both smooth. This one just seems to be a lot smoother. Like drop shutty on that one. This one has a little bit more friction on the pivot. Still a little drop. Let's see. Still smooth. Really nice knives. I really like these Scouts from Cobra Tech. I just wish I know who OEM'd them. I'm pretty sure when they're getting the parts for their knives, I'm pretty sure they're getting that. You know, it's a similar situation with more than a few manufacturers. Not that it's bad, but they probably have one. There's probably one OEM that's providing parts and stuff that has contracts with different brands here in the US, and you have like a number of brands that end up getting their parts from one single OEM company. And I'm just trying to figure out who these might be, because like I said, I've seen similar knives with Dream Tech, DEFCON, and I'm just really curious as to who they might be. So that's the one that I had. I thought I had another one. I guess not. So I only have the two. I have the green one and I have a black one now. Still debating whether I want to go ahead, if anybody would be interested. Might give that away. I do. Oh, here's the Dream Tech. Okay, so here's the Dream Tech that I have that's very similar to the Scout. This one, also VG10 steel. Slightly thicker belly on the Dream Tech. The Cobra Tech has a slightly thinner handle. This one, in this case, slightly smaller. You have a little bit of form on the Dream Tech, like a little bit of belly here. Not a whole lot. Relatively neutral. This one's more of just straight curves on the Dream Tech. But again, similar locking mechanism on that Dream Tech. where you've got the button on the pivot, pulls the liner up, allowing you to then close the blade. Really smooth on the DreamTech. I forgot who I got the DreamTech from. I probably got this one from Blade City. I know Blade City sells a lot of DreamTech. There's a few sellers on Whatnot that sell DreamTech, and they seem to be pretty popular there. I'd consider them a budget knife brand, usually, like I said, around $30 to maybe $60, depending on the model. They have quite a few models with the same locking system. DreamTech has their own name for it. I can't remember what it is, but a lot of their models have the same locking system to them. And I'm pretty sure I did a video on that earlier as well. But this one's just, maybe I might keep this one. This one's just super smooth. And they are really nice knives. I'm just having fun fidgeting with this one because of how smooth and drop shutty this one is, even in comparison to the one that I had before. I enjoyed the one, I thought the one I had before was really nice. I don't know, I might have to keep this one. There we go. But yeah, that would be it for the new knives. Haven't got any new other stuff. I was hoping to get some new flashlights because I wanted to show a few more flashlights, maybe do some videos on those, since most everything I have has been predominantly pocket knives. And as the EDC Squirrel, I was thinking it wouldn't hurt to have a few more EDC stuff, like general EDC stuff on the channel. The only problem I have is I see a shiny knife and then I want to just go with the knife. They're the only things EDC wise that I actively collect. I mean, I got a lot of flashlights for some weird reason. But it's not like I go about trying to get more flashlights. I just, for some odd reason, have a lot. I think it started because I was trying to get flashlights for some of my firearms. And since I have a few firearms, I'm getting flashlights for one. I had to get one for another, and so on and so forth. I ended up with a bunch of flashlights. Then I'd get flashlights as giveaways. I think I've only actively actually sought out a flashlight, maybe that wasn't weapon related, probably 2 or 3 occasions. I found a Slim Jim, so there's something for me to snack on. So if you hear some chewing, that tends to be the normal thing around my videos. I promised I'd wait to eat the Zagnut when my girlfriend was around. She wanted to know what it was like. I don't know why she doesn't eat one herself, but I think she's just waiting to see if I keel over from it. So, after all that, now's the time where I generally ask if there's any questions anybody has. I didn't really have a particular subject I was going on this week. I was gonna talk about, I've been tossing about the idea of some of my favorite budget brands, because I know I have quite a few knives that tend to be on the more expensive side. Well, relatively speaking. Ooh. I just realized that I hadn't done any cutting with this one. I wanted to see how that blade edge was. That is nice. Kansept's always been really good with their blade edges. And I'm loving the shape of that blade and the feel of that handle. This might be one of my new favorite Kansepts right here. the Loki. I never did try that Akaso. So we're just going to sit here and cut stuff while we see if anybody has any questions on anything they've seen, anything they'd like to look at, anything you guys would like to talk to me about in regards to knives. I'm all, holy crap. That was smooth. Ooh. I'll feel that again. Like, I barely feel that going through the paper. That is a smooth edge on that. I am impressed. That's almost along the lines. Like I said before, SRM have some of the craziest edges I've ever gotten on a knife. Like, I'm talking about like out of the box. I mean, I'm confident in my sharpening skills. But out of the box, that's just about up there with SRM. And SRMs are crazy. I am impressed with this guy. I better be. I mean, no, like I said before, I didn't pay that amount. But considering that these knives go for about $360, they better be freaking impressive. That cut through really well. Let's check that Scout. See how that is. Didn't test the blade edge on that one. I don't normally test the cases because I know they're going to be either hit or miss out of the box. Usually what ends up happening with case knives is I usually end up working the edge a little bit. And sometimes, oh, that one's pretty nice too. When it comes to case knives, on some occasions I don't have to do a thing. But more than a few occasions, I'll have to do a little honing. I might have to get rid of a burr, which is interesting when it's coming right out of the box with a burr. I've had some case knives that come out of the box just razor sharp shaving, hair shaving edge. But more often than not, for some reason, I have to do a little bit of work on the blade edge when I get it in. It doesn't really deter me from case knives, because when it comes to case knives, again, it's really easy to get a really amazingly sharp edge on them. That steel is really easy to hone and sharpen. That, at least for me, it's no real effort, and I can do it pretty darn quick, so it's not really much of a complaint. But for those that don't do a lot of sharpening, I can see that being a bit of a turnoff. Now, this one in particular should have a really fine edge to it, if I remember correctly. Yeah, ooh, be careful of that. So in this case, I will go ahead and cut with it and see how it is. Not bad. Not bad at all in this one. It's not as smooth feeling as the other modern knives that I have. But like I said, I could spend a little time on this, and I know I could easily get it to like hair shaving sharp. This one's a bit toothier than the others. I can feel it as I go through. It is still nice and sharp. It still cuts really well, which is, in my opinion, actually quite impressive for a case knife out of the box, because more often than not, I'll get one in and it'll have a slight burr on one side. Really easy to take care of. It doesn't take much effort. And usually once I get rid of that burr, they end up being amazingly sharp. And sometimes all it takes is a little bit of stropping. On some occasions, I might have to take a rod to it to get rid of the burr, but it's usually very, very light work. Like, I'm stropping this now. I don't know. I didn't have it on camera. I'm stropping this one right now just to see if I can improve it a little bit. And I'm not really using any pressure other than, say, the weight of the blade itself. So very, very light. And that just might have been enough to do it. I'll do a little finer stropping. I can feel a difference on that one. What have I been carrying lately? Give me a second. I'll show you exactly what's been in my pocket. Partially because I think it's still in my pocket. I haven't had to go out the last couple days. Last time I was driving about was Thursday. Friday was pretty slow. Yeah, that was an improvement. Just a little bit of stropping. But like I said, really easy to get a good edge on these things. I just don't understand. Admittedly, that's my only qualm with Case. Is I don't understand why they don't have that. You know, they're not consistent out of the box. Well, I guess you can say they're relatively consistent in having a burr, but I don't understand why they don't just completely finish off the edge. I've heard some people say that they leave the burr on. Like, some people have said they leave the burr on because that shows you it's never been used. I don't know how I feel about that. It might be true. I don't know. Nobody's confirmed. Like I said, they're easy to deal with, though. So that's why I've never seen it as a negative, because it's just so easy to clear off, and then like amazingly easy to get a sharp edge. As for what I've been carrying in my pocket, what I was carrying last, because I do tend to switch off quite a bit. I did put it away. So where did I put it? Where did it go? Nope, that wasn't it. I was feeling semi-fancy. There it is. Sometimes I feel fancy. And then I'll carry a fancier knife with me. Usually more often than not, I tend to go more utilitarian when I carry. Like, a lot of times this has gotten a lot of time in my pocket. This is my Sage 5 in Spy 27. This gets a lot of time into my pocket, admittedly. It's just one of my favorite knives. If not my favorite knife to carry. And the Spy 27, just really good steel. I love the blade shape. I love the compression lock. The only downside to carrying this is because the G10 is so grippy. Sometimes this could be a little on the more difficult side to get out of my pocket. Because it loves to grab hold of my pocket and not let go. But otherwise, still, probably my overall favorite knife to carry. This one, or admittedly the Native 5, also in Spy 27, Another favorite one that gets a lot of time in my pocket. But this isn't what I was carrying yesterday. What I was carrying was this. This is my Remet Saker Falcon. Like I said, I was feeling fancy. And this one, titanium with purple carbon fiber inserts. You have a titanium lightning strike around the pivot. This one's, I believe, M390 steel. And you got a dual grind on this. I'm pretty sure this is M390. I'm almost positive it's M390 steel. Dual grind on this one. And this one has also, it's a frame lock, but it's a button actuated frame lock. And the button itself is on the pivot. So you can see there's the frame lock. I can still use my thumb to move the frame lock over, but you can use the button on the pivot to move that frame lock out of the way. And this also has an interesting switch to lock the knife in the open position. So if you're worried about, accidentally hitting that button, that locks the blade in place. Now I can't press the button. The blade is effectively locked. Almost, I'm not going to say it's a fixed blade because obviously the tang doesn't go all the way down the handle, but it's almost like a fixed blade in which, you can't move that lock over. It just locks it in place, so you don't have to worry about it closing on you. But this one I was carrying, actually not yesterday, Thursday. I did go out yesterday. Like I said, I was feeling fancy. I don't carry this very often. I don't carry it very often because it's not an inexpensive knife, but I was feeling it. I was feeling pretty yesterday. And I always carry a traditional knife with me. Also, and usually the traditional knife does most of the grunt work. And I was carrying my synthetic spruce green muskrat. And I'll carry a traditional with me in conjunction with my more modern knife. And it's usually this guy that'll do most of the work. And I have several traditionals that I'll rotate around. I just happen to be carrying the spruce green muskrat with me, and I'll carry it in a slip. And then this will go in the same pocket that I have my modern knife. And as long as I'm not in a rush, and if it's something like, I don't have both my hands occupied, I'm not in a rush, it's not an emergency, this does all the box cutting, cordage cutting, all the grunt work that I need to use a knife for. My traditionals usually end up doing most of it. Then if it's something where like I have to be quick, it's an emergency, or I just simply have, say I'm holding on to something and I have my other hand occupied and so I can't use both my hands, then I'll grab my modern knife and then I'll, use that to deal with whatever I need to deal with. But most often it's a traditional knife. And I cycle through different knives. This just happens to be the one that I was carrying. Some of my favorites usually are like the Crossroads, like Sodbuster Juniors, or this one I'll carry a lot too. This one is a chestnut bone trapper. And this one usually sits in my small pocket, my fifth pocket. This is a burlap micarta, like red and black burlap micarta, swell center. I'm sorry, swell center. Some people call them Coke bottles. But I'll usually toss this in my jeans fifth pocket or that watch pocket. And then I'll just go right in there. And I don't normally have a slip for that one. You just got yourself a case recently, Bears Blades? Do you love Spyderco? I used to be like, I've said this before, it's like Spyderco is like really weird looking. I never got into Spyderco, but I keep hearing everybody everybody I talked to that's had Spyderco, they're always like, I love Spyderco, Spyderco's awesome, blah blah blah. I finally picked 2 up just to see how they were, and now I have 7. So yeah, I understand why people like Spyderco now. And I've gotten a few since then. So, but those were, what was it? What keeps dinging? Oh, I've got like Discord stuff going up. I was getting notifications. But yeah, Spyderco's tend to be probably my favorite ones to carry because they're just great work knives. They're just fantastic work knives. And they're not, I mean, so I guess you can consider them expensive depending on which ones you get, but they're, depending on the model, like the ones I showed you, the Sage 5 and the Spy 27, that Native 5, these aren't any more pricey than a lot of the other knives that I normally carry, but they're, in my opinion, they're great harder use knives. They're working on the washers, so they don't, you don't have to worry about dirt really mucking them up too badly in there. Great locking systems, very solid lockups, like the back lock on the Native 5 or the compression lock on the Sage 5. Just really good when it comes to folding knives. They're probably the knives that I would trust more for harder work that I wouldn't say put some of my other modern knives through. I can trust these to hold up for much tougher jobs. So not that I deal with really tough jobs on average, but I know I can trust these to do some really good work and take a lot of abuse compared to some of my prettier knives that I'd be very upset about. Say if I dropped them somewhere, like I wouldn't feel too bad if this fell on the concrete. I might be a little bit like, oh damn it, scratched it, but like I'd be a lot less perturbed if this went through a lot, got scratched up a lot, got dropped on the concrete and stuff. I'd be a lot less upset than, say, if I scooted this across a hard concrete floor. Well, maybe not this one. Maybe something like, definitely like this. Say I scooted this across, a rough concrete floor. I would probably be very upset if something like that happened to this knife, compared to something like my Spyderco's. Spyderco is one of those knives. They're not going to win any beauty contests, but they have that look about them where I think once they start getting used more, they get a little scuffed up, they get worn, where Spyderco is one of those brands or knives that I just see they look better as they get used. Mine still look pretty relatively new. And I've been using these guys. I've really been using these guys, and they still look pretty darn new. So, it's taken a while to get that worn-in look on the Spyderco's. This one is one of those that I can see looking really good with some wear and tear. But usually, like the Acaso, for example, like that one I told you I was carrying, the Sacred Falcon from Ramet. I still carry them now on occasion, but I don't do it too often because, admittedly, they're pretty knives, and I kind of like to keep them looking pretty. So it also depends, like, if I know what I'm going to be doing that day. If I'm going to be, like, in the office, or I'm not going to be running around outside, then I might carry something pretty, if I know I'm going to be in a situation where I'm not going to be doing a lot of work, I might be carrying something like the Acaso or that Ramet that I showed you. Because, again, I'm usually carrying a traditional knife that's going to do most of the dirty work. But if I know I'm going to be out and about, racing around outside and doing stuff, and in situations where it might not be the cleanest or whatever, then I'm taking my Spyderco's with me, because I know that they'll take whatever I give them, and they'll do it without complaint. What kind of case knife did you get, Bears Blade? You said you just got a case recently. Which one did you get? What has everybody else been carrying anyway? Since you asked, Sirens, what have you been carrying lately? What's been in your pocket? Let's see. Put those back. That one, I kind of want to carry this one. I'm just really liking the feel of this Loki. Like, it feels good to open and it feels good to close. I don't know what it is about. It's just something about the blade shape. There's a deep enough cutout that's really easy to manipulate that the frame lock, and then my finger just naturally, there's like this spot here, maybe that's it, that my finger's just naturally hitting that makes it feel very comfortable and easy to close and really quick. I got to be careful because I can see myself shaving off a fingertip if I'm not thinking about it. But I don't know. This one feels really nice. Kind of reminds me of the Tarako. The Kansept Tarako is another one that I really, really love carrying because it feels really good to deploy. It feels really good to close up. On the Edge, how you doing? Oh, well, glad you could stop by, even if it's just for a few minutes. We are already going over some of the new knives that I got this last week. Sirens had asked what I was carrying in my pocket, and what I was carrying, it was actually Thursday, it was this one, as well as my... Good God, I just realized I carry a lot with me. I was carrying this one on Thursday along with my case, Muskrat, and I had this in my fifth pocket, which is a case, swell center, or Coke bottle. So these were what were in my pocket this week, or at least on Thursday. Earlier in the week, I was carrying this guy. Otherwise, everything else was pretty much the same. But I was carrying, instead of the Saker Falcon from Hermet, I was carrying my Spyderco Sage 5. That was earlier this week. I remember that. So what was everybody else carrying? Actually, as you're answering that, let me hit the washroom real quick, and I'll be right back. I swear that Mountain Dew Zero, I like Mountain Dew Zero, but I can swear that stuff goes straight through me. All right, so what is it? What is everybody carrying? Let me know what you're carrying. I want to know what's in your pocket. What's in your wallet or pocket? You don't have to tell me what's in your wallet. I might be getting at the point where I might have to redo my leather strap. It's still working pretty well. I don't want to. I know when it comes to leather straps, when you're using diamond emulsions, a lot of times they look like they're filling up, but they still do a great job of I guess you could say cutting in. And this one's still working out. It just seems like it's getting dark, and I'm kind of getting to the point where I'm thinking I might have to redo it soon. I think I still got some life on it still, though. People have a tendency, I know I used to, have a tendency to replace the emulsion on my strops like a little on the early side. They last a lot longer than people, I think most people realize. You don't have to change off or refresh the emulsion as often. But I do strop a lot of knives. I like to keep my edges keen. So I know I use mine a lot. But what's everybody carrying? Let me know. Otherwise, I don't know. I didn't really have a super big topic today. I just wanted to chill and chat with everybody. So if you got any questions on the knives that I've shown you, any questions about the knives in my collection, or just any questions in general, I'm no expert in this stuff. Before I go any further, I'm no expert. I just like collecting knives. Some people consider a sizable collection. Others would be like, you need to pump those numbers up. If I recall, I'm sitting around like 400 knives. I can't remember. I've got to redo that spreadsheet that I had because I was trying to put everything in a spreadsheet, and admittedly, for the last few weeks, I've been kind of lax on it. I do know I'm at least around 400 knives in my collection, though. Not just folders. I know I have a lot of fixed blades, like Damascus, handmade type stuff, and whatever that I don't really know how to categorize yet. I mean, I guess I'll just put them down as fixed blades, but like those didn't make it, and I haven't put those in the spreadsheet, and I've got a lot of new knives that I haven't updated the spreadsheet yet, so I know I'm sitting around 400. But in comparison to some of the people that I know, that's like nothing. I know somebody that has half that many knife cases, so they've got a lot more going than I do, and a lot more expensive stuff than I've got. I generally stick around like $300 or less because I think anything over 300 is going to be a little harder for me to replace if anything happens. And it's always something in the back of my head that if I'm collecting something, because of the fact that I use a lot of my knives, that I have it in my head that if I'm going to buy something to add to my collection, and especially if it's something that I'm going to end up using, I want to make sure it's something that I can easily replace if something happens to it. So that's why you don't see a lot of knives over a certain price point. Like this knife breaks that price point, but that's only because I didn't pay that price for it. Like this is a $300, like everywhere I look, this is a $360 knife, which is way over how much I'm normally comfortable in spending. But I got this at a stupid, ridiculous price. This one I paid $150 for. But if you look anywhere else, like I can't find it for anything less than $360. I don't even understand how I got it for that cost. They offered it to me that for that price, and I was like, okay. Knowing how much that knife was worth, I didn't know they knew how much it was worth. They were well familiar with the knife. So I know it wasn't like I swindled them out of anything like that. They were well aware how much the knife cost. But they offered it me at a price that it was kind of hard to ignore. Which is funny because retail-wise, that would make this the most expensive knife I have in my collection right here. In terms of retail cost, this is the most expensive knife I had. But it's not the most expensive knife I've paid for. I think the most expensive knife I paid for that's in my collection was probably Probably between these two. Both by Ramet. These two are probably the two knives that I've shelled out the most money for. But again, I managed to get fantastic deals on these. And I believe I got these both from... I believe I got these both from Going Gear. I'm pretty sure I got this one at least from Going Gear. I'm pretty sure I got both from Going Gear. And like I said before, when it comes to a lot of modern knives, I get some really good deals out of Going Gear. Either one of two ways. Either he'll just outright give me a great deal on it to start, or if I'm lucky enough to catch it on an auction, I've gotten some really fantastic knives from Going Gear at really good prices throughout their auctions. Like, I mean, these last two I got from Going Gear as well. And where'd that knife go? Knife sits there. Like this one here. This one he just gave me a good deal on. How much were these? I never even looked to see how much that Kansept Loki was. Or did I? Where's the Kansept Loki? On Kansept site, that same Kansept Loki was running around 166.89. I know I didn't pay that price for it. In fact, what did I pay? On Whatnot, let's see here. I'm just gonna check to see what my last stuff. Going Gear's live right now. So 167, like 167 is retail, and that's what I've seen it for other places as well. I got mine for, I believe, a little under 150. Yeah, it had to be a little under 150 because including tax, it came to like 150.31. And the Tenable shard I also got from Going Gear. Except that one I got on auction. And I know on Kansept's website, this particular shard, or not Kansept's, I'm sorry, Tenable. Let's go to Tenable's site. I know these are running on Tenable's site $59.89. Is that for the same model? Where is it? Yeah, $59.89 for the same exact colorway. And I know on Going Gear, I got it on auction for less than $40. So almost feel bad. I believe he was like, at the time, I believe he was dollar starting these guys. But just, I get some really awesome deals from them. And I even got a giveaway that's still on its way. I don't know what the giveaway is. It's supposed to be a giveaway knife. I can't imagine it's anything like particularly like huge or anything like that. But that's still on its way here. Probably won't see that until I think Monday is when it's supposed to arrive. So I can show you guys what that's going to be next week. But I've gotten a lot from a lot of my modern stuff comes, or the majority of my modern stuff has been coming from Going Gear and Blade City. I've gotten a few modern stuff from Chasing Blades, but mostly I tend to grab more traditional stuff from Chasing Blades. That Akaso came from Chasing Blades, and I've got a few Best Tech, like higher end Best Tech from Chasing Blades. In fact, my first Spydercos came from Chasing Blades as well. So I still do get some modern stuff from them, but usually I have to have them like hunt them down for me. They don't normally carry those in stock aside from the best tech they had in stock, and then that Picasso I think they just got on some like weird whim. I don't know what compelled them to get the Picasso. But I ended up with it, and I'm happy with it. It's a pretty sweet blade. Good God, now I'm caught staring at Going Gears. I already bought a lot from Going Gear this last week. I need to chill. There's another knife that I'm trying to save up for and nab from Going Gear. I'll probably nab it from Going Gear because I know they can give me a good price on it. But what was that called? It's another Remet, and it just looks really cool looking. I forgot the name of it though. It's almost a dagger looking blade. I know it's new for this year. I believe they still have it in stock. Oh, they came out with new Remet rhinos, premium rhinos. A lot more expensive. They're running around $250 retail. I've got their budget rhinos. Fantastic knives, though. Absolutely awesome knives. Although I'm starting to like the Cosmics a lot. I might have to get another Cosmic. What was the name of that knife I was trying to hunt down? Oh, the Infinite Power by Remet. Just a really interesting looking dagger style blade, although it's single edge. It looks kind of like one of their gravity knives, but it's a regular folder M390 steel, titanium scales on it. They come in a few different colors. They're averaging, at least retail wise, they're going for about $240. I know I can get a pretty good deal through Going Gear. It's just, I don't know. I'm just waiting to see if I can't get maybe a slightly better deal. But we'll see in the future. It's going to be a little while before I probably pick up that Infinite Power. But that's another one I have my sights on. Just a really pretty knife. They got a few different colors that one's coming in. I'm not sure. If I get one, I'm not even sure which color I want. I know they have like a gray with, I think that's a lightning strike titanium collar around the pivot. And then they have a black with gold accents. And I'm kind of like on the fence on either one of those. It's just a matter of eventually pulling the trigger when I know I can afford it without hurting my bank account so much. Another one I'm waiting for is a premium Cosmic, because I really like Remet's Cosmic. But I've got one of their budget models, which is really cool. I'm going to put these away. I've got one of their budget model Cosmics. I was working on a video for that one. I just haven't put that out yet. Where did I put it? There it is. I don't know where the slip went. And I really liked it. But I know they're supposed to be coming out with a premium version. I have no idea how much the premium version is going to be. But I just thought I had it in my hand. What did I do with it? Where'd you go? There you are. But I got the budget version. I showed this last live. It's got a dual grind blade, slightly thicker towards the pivot, thins out a little bit towards the curve of the belly, drop point blade, and a button actuated liner lock, which I really, really like, but really quick to deploy, perfect blade length for where I'm at, interesting compound grind, but just really, really cool looking in my opinion. And just a really nice size. Got a little bit of a ramp up here with the jimping, so it gives me a nice spot to kind of push my thumb up against. Get a little bit of oil. I think I might add a little too much oil on this one. You got ceramic ball bearings in there. And just really, really cool. They have, I know I've seen this also in their typical green G10. This one's like a carbon fiber. It's G10 with like a carbon fiber like pattern or overlay on it. But when I look on Remet's site, they show some premium models, but they're not out yet. I wonder if they show a price though. Actually, come to think of it, because I didn't see how much they were. And let me go to their site real quick and see if we can get a price on their premium models, because they're not too bad. I mean, that particular Cosmic got 14C28 on steel, G10 scales. Like I said, carbon fiber. I'm pretty sure it's just an overlay or pattern. The premium ones are going to be M390 with titanium scales. Oh, okay. Oh, they are out now. Going Gear just doesn't have them on their site. Going Gear, grab one for me. Yeah, I'm not seeing a premium Cosmic on their shop. Huh. Either that or I'm missing it somewhere. Because at least on Blade HQ, they're showing a price of $209. And it's not a pre-order, so it shows that they're out. I don't know if the other ones have a difference in price. They have a flamed titanium that's going to be $218. Again, M390 steel. They have a black titanium. I don't know if that's a DLC coat. I don't believe it's a DLC coating. They don't say, so I'm going to guess it's like just a black PVD coating. But they have various different types, so it's going to range between 209. Oh, maybe that might be. Oh no, that is DLC. Okay, so they do have a black DLC. So anywhere from 209 to 221 for a DLC coated blade for the Cosmic. If I grabbed one. Admittedly, I really like the look of that flame titanium. And that's going to run 218. It's kind of like a lightning strike titanium. They call theirs flamed. I've heard lightning strike. And that does look really cool. That one, or I'd be fine with just a. They got like a blurple titanium, which I like the look of Remet's blurple color, which is, let me see. I thought I had another one that had that similar color. If I can remember where I put it. No. There it is. It's a squirrel. And I don't know if it's the same, like this is like an oil slick titanium because it changes color with the oils on my fingers, but it's along a similar color to this. This one looks more brown. When I look at it with the naked eye, I see a lot more purple. Actually, you know what? I think I got a different knife that looks more like that color that Cosmic's coming in. It would be that, I just pulled it out actually. I put it back. It would be that, there it is. It looks more like this. This is that Two-Face, except this one, it's funny because it looks more purple in my eyes, but there's a color shift when I put it on camera, and it looks almost more bluish. But the color that I'm looking at, that Cosmic, resembles something more along lines of this one. Yeah, it looks more purple in my eyes. I don't know why the camera makes it look more like greenish blue. Still pretty cool, though. But I might have to pull the... Dang it. I can only pull the trigger on one of those. Now I'm undecided. Do I want the infinite power or do I want the Cosmic? Technically, the Cosmic would probably be the best one to get right away because of the blade size. It's something that I'd be able to carry. unlike the infinite power, is a little larger. And I mean, I'd still probably carry it, but it's a lot more eye-catching, and I try not to be super flashy when I carry stuff. And sometimes I feel like carrying something pretty, but I don't like drawing too much attention to myself when I'm carrying certain knives. I don't know, some knives, if I end up having to pull it out to use, tend to catch people's eyes really quick like that. I'm sure that infinite power would raise a few eyebrows if I were to need to pull that out for whatever reason, even if it's just something like opening a package or whatever. So I might be leaning towards that Cosmic. I might have to pick that one up soon. I just have to wait to see if I'd love to see if Going Gear gets can get me a deal on that. Otherwise, I'm looking at probably about like I said, $209 for that particular colorway. I get in so much trouble watching watching any whatnot. Going Gear, Chasing Blades, even RL Simp. Like I mentioned before, RL Simp's going to be coming out with a case knife that's going to be a collaboration between RL Simp and Case. Like he sells a lot of Case. I mean, to the point of where Case is willing to do a collaboration with him. That's awesome. And the color that he's picked to do, with the type of knife that he's picked to do, looks absolutely fantastic. I just hope I can snag one before they go away, because I know he's only going to have a limited number of those. I don't know how many he's going to have available, but I know once they're gone, they're going to be gone, which is disappointing. But really want to get my hands on it. I just hope I can. I've got to the point of where I've actually got it scheduled on my calendar, time, date wise, so I don't miss out on it. This Cosmic is nice. And a really interesting blade on it. And it's, good God, how much oil did I put in there? It's just squeezing a lot of that oil back out. He's got Going Gear's even got a flash sale going on right now. If you like the Remet RTB, actually I've got one of those, except the one I have is in black. They just recently came out with a red and blue G10 version of the RTB. And if you're wondering what that's like, that would be, where's my RTB? That's cool. There it is. That's this one right here. Mine in particular is a black G10. Just a really, really nice, budget blade. These, I believe, were 14C28 in steel. G10 scales. They have a titanium toothpick in the handle. That sits right there. But they just recently came out with a blue version of these and a red version of these, and they're Going Gear is flash sailing those for, I think these normally run like $55. He's flash sailing them for $35, both the red and the blue. So if you like those colors, I think that flash sale is going on whatnot on Going Gear for another like 41 minutes. There you go. So he's got them going on for 41 more minutes if you want a good deal on the RTB. And these are great little knives. I really like this knife. Again, 14C28 in steel, just a really nice, great size, liner lock, titanium toothpick. I'm not I know I'm talking about Going Gear quite a bit, and maybe I'm helping them out on a sale. I don't know. I don't get any special consideration from any of the Whatnot sellers. I know the closest relationship I have with the Whatnot sellers is Chasing Blades, because I do a lot with them, but I don't have any like really special things going on with any of them. I'm not getting any kickbacks or anything like that. I mean, I'm just talking from my own experiences with some of these sellers on Whatnot. Chasing Blades is awesome. Going Gear is awesome. RL Simp, Blade City, Appalachian Freeze Dried Knives is another one I've bought a few knives from. They've been really fantastic. They have really good candy, freeze dried candy. But that's another one that I've bought quite a few knives from. But hey, if I can help somebody save some cash on a really cool knife, there you go. Go check out Going Gear right now. He is live on Whatnot. And he has gotten the red and blue version of these on a flash sale for $35. That's an awesome, awesome price on a really, really nice Ramet. Personally, I like the black. Out of all the other colors, if I'm tempted to get another one, it would probably be the blue one. Because the blue one, they both have a really interesting, they have a, I don't know if it's a similar texture look on this one, but the blue and red, I'm trying to get a good view on it. I'm actually looking at their show right now. I think they call it like similar to like a raindrop pattern Damascus. So not like this. It's got a different patterning to the scale on the red and blue color. But yeah, $35 flash sale on Whatnot, on Going Gear on Whatnot, if you want to get your hands on a really cool RTB with a titanium. And I don't even know it's a titanium toothpick. I'd be worried to use it on my teeth, but I guess I think on Ramet's website they call it a fruit pick. And essentially what you do, like if you have slices of fruit, you kind of like almost like a fork. I don't know if I'd actually use this on my teeth, but I think they call it a fruit pick. And that actually slides into the handle there, and there's a small detent so it doesn't go falling out. That you can hear. I don't know if you can hear it on the mic, but you can hear it click in there. Or maybe not. I didn't see the mic move. But dual thumb studs, really nice sheepsfoot blade, jimping on the back, very comfortable in the hand. You got a nice, generous finger choil on the blade, so you can choke up on that knife or on the blade really close, get really good control over the knife and over that blade edge. Really nice and sharp out of the box. Deep carry pocket clip, and I believe it's not it's not reversible because of that titanium toothpick would technically be in the way. So not reversible, but deep carry pocket clip on this one. Easy to use liner lock on this. Nice and quick deployment. And I've had mine for a while. I've carried this quite a bit. No blade play on it. Still solid as ever. The dual thumb studs, the reverse flipper if you don't like thumb studs. Both ways super easy and quick to use. But I'm really tempted to pick that one up for $35. Admittedly, because that's a pretty darn good price for those RTBs. And the temptation, admittedly, is quite strong. Oh God. And I forgot. I think he said it was going on for another like little under 40 minutes on that flash sale. But yeah, if I can help out some of my favorite sellers on Whatnot, I will totally plug them on this channel. I have no problem with that because they've been treating me super cool. So, I mean, why not? They still have quite a few of those blue ones. They still have quite a few of the red ones. I think the blue ones might be edging out in popularity though, because I noticed that they have a few more red ones than they do the blue ones. So it looks like the blue ones are selling pretty quick. And that's the same color that if I decided to get one of a different color, I think I'd get the blue one. Gosh darn it, my willpower sucks. I might have bought one. Darn it. It's only $35. It's only $35. And he's got giveaways going too. So any other questions other than me spending more money on this thing? Good grief. I don't know if anybody else is showing either. I know we've got Going Gear currently running a show on Whatnot. We've got, who else did I see? I see, Blade HQ was up. I've gotten a few things from Blade HQ. Actually, if anything, I've bought more from their website than through their Whatnot auctions on Blade HQ. Although Blade HQ had a really, I think it was Blade HQ. Was it Blade HQ? I'm pretty sure it was Blade HQ. Blade HQ ran a game last night, and they ran like a card game. And what they did was they started the bidding at $1. And if you won the auction, you had to pick a number, and then say you picked number 10, and then they would draw 10 cards, and there would be a number written in all the cards. So if you said number 10, they would draw 10 cards, and then whatever number was on that card, they flipped it over, that's the knife you won. Okay. The prices on the bids were going as high as like $90. So people were paying $90 for a random knife. Now, they had a number of knives, obviously, that were in this game. I think the most were like $50 knives. And somebody bid and got, they picked a card. I think they bid like $80-something and won. And when they picked the card, they won a $900 knife. I'm trying to remember the name. It's like Wizard or something like that. But I've seen it before. It's like a $900 knife. They won it, and all they paid was like just over $80. It was really crazy. Got a message from MC that is going to be live tomorrow. MC fan. Oh, are you talking about Metal Complex? Oh, he's got a live going on tomorrow. Is he doing a live on YouTube, or is he doing a live like Whatnot? I don't recall seeing him on Whatnot. I'm assuming YouTube. I'll just safely assume YouTube. I'm not seeing anybody else. Yeah, Going Gear. He's got a critical strike going or selling right now. Oh, no worries on the edge. I'm assuming you're talking about Metal Complex, MC. Let me know if I'm wrong. I hate to be wrong, but I hope that's who you're talking about. Hold on. I can't ignore it. Yeah, you know what? I'm getting a blue RTB. For $35, why not? That's a great price. That is a great price for a really nice knife. Yeah, I grabbed a blue one. I grabbed a blue RTB. Okay. Yeah, I picked one up. Yeah, I like watching. I like watching Metal Complex. He's got really awesome stuff. A lot of pricey stuff. Oh my god, there's so much, so much of the stuff I want to get from that Metal Comp that I've seen on Metal Complex, but just so far out of my price range. I wish I could get my hands on some of that stuff that I've seen him do videos on. But I watched him a lot. Neve Knives is another one that I've watched a lot. Neve's Knives. He's got so much energy. it's almost on the just on the verge of being almost too much energy. Like he's like nonstop moving, but he's got some really cool videos. I believe he actually resides in the same state that I do. Never met the guy, but I think he actually lives near my brother. I'd love to meet the guy sometime. But he does some cool videos. My favorite ones to watch are probably Neve's Knives, Metal Complex, Outdoors 55. I hope I'm getting his name right. And Melissa Backwoods are some of my favorites to watch. And I've got a few patches from like Melissa Backwoods. I've got some of like some stuff. I know Melissa Backwoods and Neve's Knives will also do whatnot shows. They do whatnot shows on occasion, and they're usually selling stuff out of their collection. And I know with Neve's Knives, I've gotten like some of the stroppy stuff and some other stuff that he's had. I haven't gotten any knives from him yet, though. A lot of the knives he has, or at least that I've seen, tend to run on the pricier side. Same with Melissa Backwoods, but they have some really cool stuff that a lot of times they'll sell out of their collection. Most I've gotten from Melissa Backwoods has probably been like a few of her duck patches and stuff, but they're pretty neat. And it's just neat to have something from Melissa Backwoods or Neve's Knives for that matter. I don't know if Metal Complex has ever held a whatnot. I know he's done like giveaways and stuff, but I think he handles that mostly through YouTube. I don't know if he's ever done a whatnot. I know if he ever does whatnot, I'm definitely going to jump onto one of his shows just to see I'd love to see what he puts up if he does something like that, because he's got some crazy nice knives. He's got an amazing collection. They all do. All three of them have amazing collections. So, he's now just showing up some Critical Strike stuff. I have like 1 or 2 Critical Strike knives. I'm just not a big fan of Tontos. Well, I like the way Tontos look. I think they look cool. I just hate having to maintain them. I don't know. It's like you're trying to sharpen one knife, but you're having to do like twice the work because it's got multiple. It's got that false edge to it that you kind of have to sharpen separately. So I don't get those too often. Neve's Knives, Neeves. If I'm even spelling that right, I'm pretty sure it's Neve's Knives. Neves Knives. Yeah, Neve's Knives. Neeves. Really high energy dude, like super high energy. But he's got a lot of interesting stuff. I learned a lot in regards to sharpening from him and Outdoors 55. So when it comes to knife sharpening, he's really into sharpening his own knives, and has I've seen him put some crazy edges on some of his stuff, like just insanely sharp, like scary sharp knives. But I believe Neve's Knives actually lives pretty close to my brother. I'd love to bump into him someday, just talk shit. just shoot the shit about knives. Jared, yeah. Yeah, Neves Knives, Metal Complex does a lot of stuff. Yeah, Neves is a master of sharpening. Well, I say Neves because that's the name of his channel, but he's like super into sharpening his stuff. He's got tons of like different like some of them really expensive, like sharpening I don't know what to call it, like stones and systems and stuff like that. And I learned a lot from him. Outdoors 55 does a lot more of like, he does a lot of sharpening as well and can put some crazy edges on his knives. The only thing with the Outdoors 55 is he likes to go into a lot of the science. He likes to deep dive more into the science and taking microscopic looks at the edges and why do things work the way they do when you're sharpening a knife and stuff like that. So he does a lot more deep dive stuff when it comes to knife sharpening. Neves doesn't go as deep, but he talks a lot about his technique and how to put a really good edge on a knife. Well, you're talking about Metal Complex does auctions on YouTube, because I know Neves will do auctions on Whatnot. I've seen Neves on Whatnot. I've seen Melissa Backwoods on Whatnot. I've been to a few of their shows, so I just never seen Metal Complex do that on Whatnot. I know he's done stuff on YouTube. So if he ever does a Whatnot, though, I'm jumping in his show. I don't know if I'll be able to afford anything on his show, but I'll definitely jump in there. Right now, I'm sitting in, because we were talking about it, I'm actually sitting in Going Gear's Whatnot show at the moment. He's showing another Critical Strike. I think I have one Critical Strike knife. They tend to go for really inexpensive, but they're decent knives. I don't know who makes them, or if they are an OEM themselves. I have no idea, but they run pretty inexpensive. And where's my Critical Strike? I have one. I'm just trying to remember what case it's in. I think it's in this case here. Is it? That's not it. I don't know where my Critical Strike is. Ugh. Is it here? There it is. Found it. That's the one Critical Strike I have. I don't even know the model of this one. What's this one called? I don't know if it has a name on it. I know it's a button lock. Oh, Zulu. This one's called a Zulu by Critical Strike. This one's VG10 steel. It is interestingly enough, this one's a button actuated liner lock. The button is like way down here, but when you press the button, you can see the liner lock move out of the way. I don't think you can actuate the line. No, you can't. It's in there. So you have to use the button in order to open or close the blade. There's also a switch here that once the blade is open, you can push on the switch and that will lock it in place. So you can't press the button to close the blade. So it's kind of like a safety to prevent it from closing. I don't know why. Like, I guess it's a nice to have, but the button isn't exactly in the way of anything. When I'm holding the knife, I guess when I'm holding it this way, my finger gets close to it, but I don't really hit the button. It's a little awkward. I suppose you could possibly accidentally hit it, because you can choke up really high on this blade. You got a really huge finger choil on this thing. But I guess, I mean, for others, for me, my finger gets close to it, but not to a point where I can press the button. But I guess if somebody else, if your finger hits the button, that switch is the nice to have to make sure it doesn't close on you. But thumb studs, rear flipper, thumb hole for deployment. decent knife. I remember I got this on Whatnot. I can't remember from who, but I actually got this one as a giveaway. So I did not technically pay for this one. I don't know how much these are worth. If I remember correctly, they were upwards of like around maybe $40. I'll have to take another look, but actually, let's take a look now. Yeah, I've never seen Metal Complex and Whatnot, but Jared has some high energy shows on there. He gets a lot of people in his shows, and same with Melissa Backwoods. But I mean, you just have to see Melissa Backwoods. She might be a favorite of mine. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find that Critical Strike Zulu. Oh yeah, and Going Gear is doing knife giveaways all stream. I have a giveaway from him that's supposed to be coming my way. Oh yeah, $35, $40 for the Critical Strike Zulu. So I was right about the cost on that one. But I got it as a giveaway. Going Gear is doing giveaways, knife giveaways. I don't know what the giveaway is supposed to be. I know, depending on how many followers he gets in, he might change what the giveaway is going to be, and he'll throw some decent knives on there. I don't know what knife I won, but it's supposed to be coming in next week. I don't know. It could be something super cheap. It could be nice. I have no idea. All I know is I'm getting something. So those giveaways, you have a good chance of getting stuff. I've gotten plenty on giveaways and Whatnot. I've gotten plenty. Not all the time, but quite a few. So I've been pretty lucky. My girlfriend's won so much stuff on giveaways. It's crazy. My girlfriend, she got a giveaway from probably one of the bigger sellers on Whatnot, Cool Kicks. If anybody's heard Cool Kicks, she won a $500 Amazon gift certificate from them. Legit $500 Amazon gift card, which was crazy. And they've been known to run giveaways upwards of like $1,000, $2,000. I remember they had one point, I think they had like a $5,000 or $10,000 giveaway. It was a huge show. But the giveaways on Whatnot, depending on who you're going to, they're all totally legit. Going Gear, I've gotten stuff from Going Gear. I've won stuff from Chasing Blades. I won stuff from a lot of knife guys. I've been in quite a few knife giveaways, and I've won a bit. So I like going on Whatnot. It's the only problem is I probably spent a lot on Whatnot. I might have won quite a few on Whatnot. I probably spent a lot on Whatnot. I know I've been plugging Whatnot a lot on here, but that's where I get a lot of my stuff. I mean, I'll be honest. If you want a really good deal, some of these guys on Whatnot, you can get some of the best deals for some of these knives. And like I said, that Critical Strike that I just showed you on Critical Strike's website, going for about $35. He's running an auction. Okay, that one went for $35. I thought I saw one go for less. Although he's selling the Critical Strike he's got in hand right now is a purple. Oh, it's nice. It's purple. So pretty nice stuff, but always get a good deal from him, from Chasing Blades. Blade City, I've gotten some decent deals from. I've gotten quite a few collaborations from Blade City. They do a lot of collabing, but I've gotten quite a few collabs from them that are just really cool, unique stuff. But like I said, I spent a lot. Nope, hold on a second. I just heard something bang again. What the heck was that? Let me check that real quick. Be right back. Okay, sorry about that. She's got this like Stanley-sized water bottle. Fell over. These things are like freaking insanely huge. I mean, I know I drink a lot of water, but good grief. I don't know if I can. That would take me an entire day to go through. Things are massive. Speaking of water. Ooh, I'm just about out. Here we go. Any other questions? Anything you guys would like to see or talk about? Anything else in regards to knives? Anything? You have any questions on anything that you've seen today in terms of like any of the new stuff I've got, or just questions about my collection, or just knives in general? I don't claim to be an expert. I learned so much from you guys as well. Like on the edge, what do you care? What was in your pocket? Did you mention what was in your pocket today? What you were carrying? What your EDC was? A lot of times this is how I learn about new knives too. You guys end up showing me some cool stuff and that I've never seen before or heard about, and then I end up going down that rabbit hole. And I've discovered some really awesome knives that way, just from chatting with people. I might not be able to grab everything, but at least I learn. That's the important part. Jay's got to stop flicking that critical strike knife up and down. I've already got one, but the purple is really tempting. I don't normally get too many duplicates, even of different colors, but that RTB, this RTB from Remet, it's a really nice knife. And I used to carry this quite a lot before I got Spyderco. Spyderco's just been dominating my pocket. But for a budget blade, these RTBs are freaking great. Remet puts out some great budget-minded knives. The RTB being one of them. They do a lot of their premium knives in a budget, like a less expensive budget brand. Like right now, my favorites are for Remet. You got the RTB. Another favorite budget knife from them are the Remet Rhinos. I've actually got a few of these Remet Rhinos because they are just such a nice knife. I really like these knives. This was the first Rhino that I got. A button-activated liner lock on this one. They all have button-activated liner locks, but I've got that one. I've got a black one. I've got a Blade City exclusive that was done in Ultimate Warrior. But just the Rhinos are fantastic knives. And while this one was admittedly more expensive, I mean like twice as expensive as your typical Rhino, these things go for like $35, and they're great knives. You know, same along. It's almost dependent on just what kind of style you happen to like. If you like the style of the RTB, if you like the Rhino, the style of the Rhino. The Rhino, I believe, is also a 3-inch blade. This one's just a hair under 3 inches. But Remet does some fantastic budget stuff. This one is the Aurora, and they have a premium version that looks amazingly pretty. But if you don't want to spend like I believe like close to the $160 or $200 for the premium Aurora, you can grab the budget Aurora again for like around $35-40. This one happens, the Aurora is a crossbar lock, thumb stud. What's the steel on this one? I think I'd like to say it's 14C28 or Nitro V. I don't know. But another great budget blade from Remet. When it comes to budget blades, Remet and Kansept kick freaking butt. They make some great budget stuff, or budget minded knives from the premium. You need to sell your Rhino? MKM Eclipse folding knife, black stonewash, purple titanium. Oh, that's what you're carrying? Magna Cut? MKM. I was looking at some MKM. I don't know if I saw the Eclipse, though. I'm going to have to take a look at the Eclipse. Let me... I think I have a couple MKM, like, on my wish list on Knife Center. Let me look here. I can't remember which models, though. You need to sell your Rhino? You don't like Rhino? You get those pretty... I love them. I think they're great. And they're inexpensive. If you get the budget ones, they're so inexpensive. Where is that MKM I was looking at? Where are they out? Ooh, so Vivi's got some slip joints on sale for $50. God dang it. I really got to stop staring at stuff like this when I'm... Oh, good God. It looks good. Okay, I was looking for MKM. And you had the Eclipse folding knife. I think that might be... Yeah. Oh, just really short on cash? Ooh, I know that feeling. Ooh, wait a second. You got the black stonewash purple titanium handle Magna Cut. Oh, I'm looking at the Viper. Or is that what you're talking about? Except the one I'm looking at has a different scale on it. That's nice. That one's not on my wish list. That should be on my wish list, but that's also pricey. That's like right at the limit of what I'm comfortable when it comes to, buying a knife. That's like right at the limit of the price range. I try not to go over 300. I have the closest I've gotten to was where those two Ramettes. Those are nice, and I love Magna Cut. I hate to be one of those guys. I'm not, I have nothing. I like 14C28N. I like Nitro V. I like those budget steels. S35VN. My favorite, if I can get them on a knife, is Magna Cut, though, because I just like the properties of Magna Cut. I know there's a lot more that goes into, it, like, is the steel treatment and the geometry and stuff like that. But Magna Cut, because of its overall properties as a steel, is just my favorite blade steel. If I can get my hands on it, I get it. You're selling your MKM right now? On Blade Binge? I haven't done anything on Blade Binge yet. I keep looking, and I want to. I know a lot of people have gotten stuff from Blade Binge. I'm just afraid to get hooked. I'm already hooked on Whatnot as it is, and there's a few other retailers that I buy from regularly, like I'll get stuff from Knife Center. So I have like a bunch of points from Knife Center still want to use up. I'll get stuff from SMKW. Like I know SMKW they run shows on Whatnot, but I buy more stuff probably from their website than I do their Whatnot. I think I've only got like maybe a couple stuff from them on their Whatnot, but I've bought much more through their website. Let me take a look here. I thought I set up a login on this, but I can't remember. No, I did not. I haven't even set up a login on Blade Binge yet. I should do that. But I know a lot of people that have done stuff on Blade Binge or bought stuff from Blade Binge. I know Metal Complex is a huge supporter, or at least I don't know about a huge supporter, but I know he's done a lot on Blade Binge. And he's talked about it quite a bit. Let me see if I can. Now you have me on Blade Binge, and I'm checking out what they all have in there. I squirrel around a lot. There's a reason why I use a squirrel for my mascot. Oh, I think the Rumik is the one that I've had on, like, it looks like it. I know I've had, what did I have on my wish list? I know I've had MKM on my wish list, but now I can't remember. Let me look. Wish list. I've got a few concepts. I got some Finch knives I wanted to take a look at. But looks like they are discontinued. I got a Rosecraft from them recently. I can take off the Loki because I had a Loki on my wish list, but I got that from Going Gear. I could have sworn I had an MKM. I don't know where you are. I have way too many on my wish list on Knife Center. I need to shave my wish list down because some of these I already picked up. Some of them. I want to get, I have a giant mouse that I want to get my hands on from Knife Center. There's a Masserin that I was looking at. Kaiser Cutler Vanguard. I could have sworn I had an MKM in here. Did I remove it for some reason? I must have either I removed it or maybe it was no longer available. If it's no longer available, I would have removed it. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Yep. Yeah. Apparently, I must have removed it because I'm not seeing it at all. Oh well. What else does MKM have? Because yeah, they were another manufacturer I was curious about. Aren't they? I could be wrong. Is that Italian or no? Because I could have sworn they were Italian. I could be wrong. Oh, okay, yeah. MKM stands for Maniago. I think that's where they said that the Casa was made, was Maniago, Italy. Or am I looking at the right one? Okay, it is okay, so it is Maniago Knife Makers. Okay, I was right. Cool. Do they OEM for Chavez? Why am I seeing Chavez knives? Because I just happen to go on their website and I'm seeing a lot of Chavez. Oh my god, they are running a crazy sale. Oh no. Oh no. This is not good. That can't be right. That's crazy. If they're running a sale on what is okay, hold on a second. I gotta take a look at something. I'm gonna go to Blade HQ because it looks like they had Blade HQ's logo running. Hold on. So are they running a sale? What's the deal here? Okay. I don't know. This is really strange. Because I'm seeing pocket knives at some crazy prices. Huh. I'm going to do some more checking on that. Blade HQ has quite a few MKM knives. Maybe it was Blade HQ that I had them on a wish list. Oh, darn it. I keep forgetting. I have like a weird authentication thing with Blade HQ. I can't get in there at the moment. Now I'm going to have to take a little closer look at that MKM, or at least MKM's site, because I've seen their knives on other sites, and a lot of them have been pretty intriguing. I've wanted to check some of them out. In fact, I think the one I was looking at might have been a fixed blade, not even a folder. I'm trying to see if I can find it on... Oh, okay. I think it might have... No, that wasn't it. Because the one I was looking at, I know was also Magna Cut. Okay, yeah, I don't know where it's at. Darn it. Oh, well. I'm sure I'll add one to my list again at some point. Because there's a few manufacturers I'm curious about. Like Rosecraft. I got a new Rosecraft last week that somebody had mentioned to me on a whim. Because I like traditional knives. I like slip joints. And they mentioned Rosecraft were really nice. Never had a Rosecraft. Finally picked one up. And oh my God, that thing is nice. It is such a nice knife. Where did I put it? I still had it in the box because I hadn't added it to my... If I haven't added a knife to my spreadsheet, I kind of keep it in a box or in its original box, so that way I know it's still got to be put in there. And oh my God, I got so much crap sitting everywhere. Okay, I don't know what I did with it. Look, I put it down somewhere and I can't remember where I put it. I have too much stuff all over the place. Oh my God. But I don't know what I did with my own Rosecraft. I was shuffling things about. I probably should not have shuffled things about, because then I would have known where I put it. That's what I get for cleaning stuff. This is why I don't like cleaning. Because then that's the one moment I start to lose things. Here it is. Found it. I just gotta get it out of the box. Like this guy. And if it wasn't for you guys in chat, I never would have discovered stuff like this. This is that Rosecraft. I forgot the name of this one. What do they call this? Was it on the... I don't think this was even on the box. Was it? No, it is. Okay. This was the Hatchie River Jack. And I like it because it's in 14C28 and steel. Single-bladed slip joint with a half-stop, really strong spring on this thing. And... it's just a really, really nice slip joint knife. And if it wasn't for you guys, I never would have probably dropped a hammer on it, because I wasn't very familiar with Rosecraft. I know when it comes to traditional knives, most of the traditional knives that I get are... I've got a lot of Rough Rider. I started getting Rough Rider, was the first set of, or the first traditional knives that I picked up. And then I started getting really heavy into case, and case has quickly become probably one of the I probably own more case knives than I do any other manufacturer, even though like I've been collecting for years. Okay. But I didn't start collecting traditional knives, or in fact, I haven't started collecting case knives until maybe half a year ago. And they've already become, in terms of manufacturer, I own more case knives than I do any other manufacturer in my collection. That's how big I got into them. And another thing that I like are modern slip joints, because after I got into traditionals, I saw that a lot of modern manufacturers had their own take on traditional knives, like modern slip joints like Savivi. I've got a few from them. Kaiser. One of my favorite slip joints is their Trestle. And like that Remet that I showed you earlier, the Squirrel, that one was a modern slip joint M390 steel, titanium scales. And it's just gone from there. And, you know, stuff like this Hatchie. This is why I like doing this channel, is because I've learned so much running this channel compared to just collecting knives on my own. I've learned more running this channel than I have on my own. And I'm thankful I'm very thankful for that, because there's so much that I would have missed out on, just so much that I've learned. And that's why I enjoy doing what I do with this channel. This is a fantastic knife. And again, I never would have known about it if it wasn't for somebody mentioning it, really. Money Nutmeggers, Clips, Blackstone with purple, titanium, Magna Cut. Oh, it's up on Blade Binge right now. I thought you were putting it up. Okay, so let me take a look. Oh, it's up on Instagram. I have an Instagram as well. I haven't put a photo up on Instagram in a while. I've got to remember to do that. Put more on there. Have a good one on the edge. Thanks for coming by, man. I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by and chatting with me even for a little bit. While I know he's going, but now I'm going to take a look. Eclipse. Let me see if that shows up. Either that or I could always catch it. I could always catch his Instagram. Yeah, I have an Instagram as well. I haven't done much with it. Well, I've put a lot of photos. I've scratched that. I have had a lot of photos put on Instagram. However, the last couple of weeks have been so crazy busy that I haven't put anything on or any new photos up. And I really want to start doing that again. I kind of feel bad that I haven't been able to put photos up on Instagram. I just haven't had time. I had my girlfriend go into a nursing facility for a while, and going back and forth. That's why I haven't put out as many videos on this channel in the last few weeks. It's been horribly busy, but I started putting more videos out. I put two videos out this week. I've got a few others that I've got to finish working on. I'm probably going to do videos on all these knives aside from this one, because I already made one on this, but I've got to do videos on all these knives. So I'll be doing some shoots for that. And so I hope to be putting a lot more videos out soon. But I'm just glad to be able to put a couple new videos out again, because it's been a while. I'm also glad I was able to keep up at least with the lives. I know I only do one live a week, but it's fun. It's a fun to do, and I'm having a blast doing it. I hope you guys are enjoying as well. God darn it, he's showing the new Remets. Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta get off of whatnot before he drives me insane. I already bought a new RTB. I don't need to do another one. Not right now. wonder if that's the MKM he was talking about. Doesn't look purple though. Looks nice. Okay, so I was looking at this at the right one. The Eclipse. And MagnaCut steel. Now the one I'm looking at, $150. Although that's not looking purple. I don't think it's the same one that On the Edge is showing. Or said he put up. There might be another one, but I don't know where it's at. A lot of MKM in here, though. There's a Rumik that looks really nice, but that's going for $200. That's on Blade Binge. But I like the look of that handle. I have a thing for wood handles. This one looks like a lockback. Walnut wood. Oh, the MKM Rumik or Rumisi? Is it Rumik? No, Rumisi? Hero. Okay, so I was wrong name. Rumisi Hero lockback with walnut scales. That's pretty. I gotta stop it. I gotta stop collecting knives that are too pretty. Because like I said, I like to use the knives that I have, but I'm never gonna want to use it because it'll be too pretty. I've already got too many knives that are too pretty for me to use. I need more knives like Spyderco, where they're not very pretty, and I don't have a problem using them. Like, it's weird. It's, I mean, actually, no, I scratch that. I do think some of them I've gotten used to, or I've grown to like my Spydercos to the point of where I think some, like, I really like the look of my Salt version Sage 5 with the yellow scales. Like, I really like the look of it. And I'll still use it, but that's where, I don't know. I know a lot of people have recolored theirs. I actually like the yellow and black. I think it looks really neat. But that's about as pretty as I think that I've gotten when it comes to Spyderco. I really like this knife. And this one being a Salt version and MagnaCut. Probably one of my favorite knives in my collection, even though it's not the prettiest. But I still carry my Spy 27 a lot. I just really like that Sage 5. I kind of want to get a Spy 27 version of my Para 3. I just haven't bit the bullet yet. Because as goofy as I still think this looks, I actually enjoy carrying this one. Just a very nice... I've actually used this quite a bit, and it's still not... There's a little bit of like wear on that finish, but not a lot. It still looks relatively new. But because I've really been liking the Spy 27 steel. So I kind of want to get another version of this, except in Spy 27. It's just I haven't bit the bullet. All right. Call Bunny, how you doing? You like mandatory the mandatory champagne saber? What? You asked Google, it said the biggest Spyderco was 5 inches. What? Oh, hold on a second. Let me look. Oh, okay. Are you talking about the one from Fox Knives? Like that actual saber? That's pretty. I stick to knives mainly because I can collect more knives than I can collect things like sabers. Like I don't have the room. Fox knives is another one that I actually Fox. I want to see. I want to try. I want to check out more stuff from Fox. I've heard a lot of good stuff from Fox knives, and I haven't picked up a Fox knife yet. I did have some that were like, I guess you could say I've been targeting. They've been on my sites. Namely the Zero. What was the other one? Zero. I was looking at some more less tactical looking stuff. Trying to remember, because I don't think I had them on any particular list. Like petrified fish. I want to get some petrified fish just to check out some of the models. Fox knives is another one I wanted to take a look at. I think, what was it called? Because some of them were pretty affordable. Some of them are pricey. I wish I could remember what model I was looking at. I'd like to say it was I think that was it. Anso? That was running like $142 though. It had just a really interesting blade shape to it. The Anso was one of them. The Zero was another one. The Desert Warrior. I think that's a lockback, I believe. Yeah. That's a lockback. It's almost like a kukri. I don't know. It's curved handle. Smaller knife. A little bit more on the affordable range at $83 compared to the $144 for the Anso. But yeah, I want to check out some more Fox knives. I know I'm gonna have to check with Chasing Blades, because I know Chasing Blades has carried some Fox knives in the past. They don't have any, as far as I know, currently in their inventory, but they've gotten them in the past. And I've always been tempted, but I've never locked one down. I should ask to see if they can get me a deal on a Fox knife. I've just gotta settle on which one. I really do like the Anso and the Desert Warrior though. The Anso is a little bit more pricey at like nearly $150. But it just has a really, really unique looking blade. This really interesting belly to it. The handle looks fantastic. It's like a wood handle. It's a liner lock. I believe these were Italian. Maniago, you said? Or it said. So Maniago, Italy. And I don't know, petrified fish. I believe petrified fish is Chinese. I don't recall, but I'm pretty sure they are. No, I have nothing against Chinese knives. And for a lot of my knives are from China, are like Chinese knives, and they're freaking fantastic. I just haven't settled on which petrified I want either. Because they've got a lot of D2 steel. I don't hate D2 steel, but I prefer other blade steels because I prefer my knives to be. I like my knives to be stainless, because a lot of times I might use them in situations where things get dirty or wet. And while I try to take really good care of my knives, like, I always wipe them down when I'm done and all that other stuff, I prefer the ease of mind that stainless steel gives me, and I don't have to worry about things rusting or anything like that, or getting rust spots or whatever. So that's the only reason why I tend to stay away from D2 steel. D2 steel is great. In fact, D2 steel, when it comes to edge retention, is fantastic edge retention. Crazy good edge retention. They're just shy of being a stainless. They're like considered a semi-stainless steel, so they still need to be taken care of. It's best to put a little bit of oil or wax on them, because if they're not well maintained, they will rust on you. I've had a D2 steel, an old D2 steel knife rust on me. It wasn't very expensive, but since then I'm always taking immaculate care of my knives, always wiping them down when I'm done using them, making sure they're, especially if they're if they end up getting wet for whatever reason, make sure I wipe them down, dry them off, and then reapplying oil or wax to the blades. Because I put quite a lot of money on my stuff, so I like to make sure that they remain protected. Because I'd like to get a lot of use out of them. So in order to do that, I need them to last a long time. So nothing really against D2. It's just I prefer stainless. And a lot of the petrified fish knives that I'm seeing are D2 steel, either D2 or K110, which is essentially the same. D2 and K110 are essentially the same steel. Ooh, that's a $500 fox knife. Yipes. Okay, I don't want to go that far. Crap. That's pricey. Yeah, I'm gonna take a closer look at some of those. Maybe next week I'll have a fox knife and or petrified knife by that point. I know a lot of them. I know I can get my hands on a lot from Amazon, so I can get a pretty quick ship from there. But I prefer to try to get my stuff from Whatnot, because I tend to get much better deals. Oh, you're always posting the swords and stuff like that. Yeah, I wish I could carry a sword. Unfortunately, I can't carry one of those. Not around where I'm at. Oh god, I didn't realize. I was wondering why I'm still hearing going gear. I didn't realize I had more than one window up. Okay, I gotta stop looking at Whatnot. I don't need to get any more ideas from going gear. I've already bought enough from him. I already bought one today. That blue RTB. So I didn't even plan on getting anything today. But at the same time, he had a really good deal. I don't know if it's still running. If you guys want a good deal in RTB, he might still have them running on a flash sale. I'm not gonna keep a sword in my car for a road rage. First of all, I don't road rage. And I have a concealed carry anyway, so don't bring a sword to a gunfight. And at least where I'm around, carrying something like that can get you in big trouble. I would not advocate using or carrying a sword around in case of a road rage incident. Oh, now he's showing a Tenable. Darn it. I've seen that Tenable. I kind of want it. It's got a crazy weird blade to it. Is he still running that flash sale on the Rebettes? I don't know. Oh, no, they are no longer under flash sale. So they're back to $55. I managed to grab one of those blue RTBs. Where was that? Where do they have that RTB? I managed to grab a blue one for $35 from Going Gear today. He had them on flash sale. I'm pretty sure he'll probably flash sale them again at some point. But it was a really good deal. Awesome Romet knife. Normally like $55. Okay, I gotta stop watching. He was just trying to sell a Tenable tipper, and they have really crazy blade shape. A really crazy blade shape. I kind of want one. I need to stop staring at that Whatnot page. But yeah, this one wasn't new. These were all the new ones I got today from just this last week alone. So I've had a pretty productive collection day or collection week. Granted, I eat a lot more ramen than I used to. My blood pressure is probably through the roof, but yeah, I got some new knives out of it. Where did I put? There it is. Like I said, I keep them in the box until I'm able to get them into my collection spreadsheet, so I know what I have in my collection. And because before I got that spreadsheet, I had a bad habit of accidentally buying the same knife more than once, unintentionally, because I forgot that I've owned it. And yeah, I have so many knives that sometimes I forget what I already own. Now this is nice. I might keep this one, because I already have this in green, but that is just such a nice... That is really nice and smooth. Like super drop shutty. You guys might be out of luck. I might keep this one. Yeah, the Cobra Tech Scout's pretty sweet. And it's sharp as hell, so I'm trying not to cut my finger open. Why is my phone making so many weird noises? But there we go. Those are the ones that I got this week. We had the Case Muskrat. I love Case knives. I can't get enough of these guys. I'm hoping to get one of the axe handles soon. We have the Tenable Shard, which is just a really nice crossbar lock knife. I like the shape of that blade. Really slick, well, not slick in a bad way, really awesome looking aluminum scales on this one. Solid crossbar lock, smooth action. Just a really nice knife overall. We had the Kansept Loki. This one's not a new one. This one's been out since 2024, but I've been wanting one of these for such a long time. Awesome feel on that scale with the frag scales. Great blade. I love this profile. And it just feels really, really good in the hand. I got to do a video on this one. Awesome, awesome knife from Kansept. Really love Kansept. And then my first Italian knife, the Acaso, an executive style folding knife. Just really, really classy. Probably the single most expensive knife I now have in my collection. Thankfully, I didn't have to pay for that price, but I still can't believe that I got it for the price that I did. Thank you, Chasing Blades, for that. I don't know what you guys were drinking, but drink more of it, because that was a crazy price for this Acaso Solstice. Really just slick for this one. Razor Blake said you're late for this one. You have to pick someone up for the... Oh, well, that's much more important than watching me fidget with sharp objects. Believe me. No worries, friend. No worries. I was just going over real quick because I'm getting close to what I normally end. I normally end my stream at about 6 o'clock. I was just going over all the new knives that I got this week. The Case Muskrat, the Tenable Shard here. I'll just open all these up. Well, I'm not going to open up the case. Case Muskrat, the Tenable Shard, the Kansept Loki, the Acaso Solstice, and I already have one of these, but I got this from Monthly Knife Club. I got a second. The one that I owned previously was a green one, and I got a black Cobra Tech Scout, which is really, really nice. I was considering giving this one away eventually once I hit 1,000 subscribers, but I don't know. I might keep this one. It's just really good. I'm really, really loving how slick or how smooth this one is. It's just, I mean, this one's nice. I mean, my other one I thought was, I have a green one. I thought the green one was really nice, but this one is just super smooth. And I really do like the Scout. I love that button lock on the pivot. It's really, really fun. But yeah, I was just going over a lot of the new knives that I got. It's 3:30 over there. It's 5:30 where I'm at. It's 5:30 where I'm at. Oh, you were looking at those. Pretty good. Which one? Which one are you talking about? Are you talking about the Cobra Tech Scouts? Or are you talking about one of the other ones I was talking about, or I was holding? Which one are you talking about, Razor Blakes? If you're talking about the Scouts, they're pretty sweet, and then they're not bad in cost in terms of they're a budget knife. They're not very expensive. In fact, how much would these run? They ran on average like I think $60, but some places you can get, if you're careful with your shopping, you can get them for less. Let me see. Let me check around. I'm gonna check Amazon real quick. I don't believe I've seen these on Amazon. Because the ones that I've got, like this particular one, I got from Monthly Knife Club. It's kind of a random one. The green one I got from Chasing Blades on Whatnot. So, whoops, hit my table. Where's the green one? It's in one of my other cases. There we are. And I think they're great knives. VG10 steel. I thought these were G10. I think these are FRN scales. Yeah, they're FRN scales, not G10. But VG10 steel, FRN scales, but they've got full steel liners in there. I love the button, the pivot. The button on the pivot is a liner lock, so nice and secure lockup on these. Yeah, this is the one that I got from Chasing Blades. I forgot how much I paid for this on Chasing Blades, but I don't think I paid the $60 that I've seen on their website. Because I know on Cobra Tech's website, these run about $60. Even with Monthly Knife Club, I paid $55 plus shipping for that. And so, yeah, that's the one. That's the new one I got. This black one. I think they're great. I actually have carried the green one, quite a bit. I rotate my knives a lot when I carry. And I carried this quite a bit when I got it. And they're just really nice knives. They're not terribly expensive, so they're not going to, they won't put you out. The VG10, decent steel. And the pivot button lock is just super nice. It's got a great lockup, so it's really easy to manipulate. Really fidgety. I like them. I think they're great. I think they are fantastic knives for what they are. Like I don't think I've had any complaints, at least when carrying them. I mean, nice detent, solid lockup. This one is just, it's not perfectly centered, just a hair off, but not bad at all. Like, or is it just my eyeballs that are just a little off? Sometimes it looks centered, sometimes, okay. It's just a hair off, but not like crazy bad. But super smooth on this one. Like it's bouncing out of there. Well, if I'm holding the button down. Yeah, super smooth. They're nice knives. If you like that button pivot lock, you'll probably like this one. The only other button pivot lock that I have is from DEF CON. And I don't know if I can... I forgot the price on these, but this is also a button lock on the pivot. Except the steel, I believe, on this one is different. trying to remember the steel. It's 14C, I think. Yeah, 14C28 on steel on the DEF CON Jungle knife. DEF CON is the brand. This one's got a rear flipper as well. Same type of locking mechanism where it's an internal liner lock and the button is on the pivot. The only difference is, again, the steel and handle shape. I believe it's G10 scales on this one. So you got a little pricier steel, a little pricier scale material. And then you have this Mohawk, I call it like a top flipper. I'm not the best at it, but you got a top flipper on this one. So if you curl, I have my hand close. If you curl your hand over or your finger over, you can open it that way. I'm just not that great with it. Normally, I like front flippers. Top flippers are a little weird on me. Like, I just have to have the right finger placement. Otherwise, you'll probably do better with a rear flipper. But that's the only other knife I have that's like that. A DreamTech I know has a... Oh, wait, no, I do have a DreamTech. I forgot about that. DreamTech's another one that has that similar locking mechanism. The pivot lock. Thank you. DreamTech has that. This one is a VG10 as well, except this one, I believe, has G10 scales as opposed to the FRN. I know DreamTechs are super popular on Whatnot. I see a lot of sellers pushing DreamTech. I don't know if it's because of, what kind of margins they're getting, but they're relatively inexpensive. Usually I see them going for around $30 to $70 depending on the model. To give you an idea on the difference, the DreamTech is bigger, but otherwise similar steel. You have upgraded G10 material for the scales, both reversible pocket clips, but you do have a bit of a bigger blade on that DreamTech. If I'm holding it a little too high, there we go. Bit of a bigger blade on that G-Tech, just bigger overall, really, than the Cobra Tech. I almost forgot I had a DreamTech. There we go. So those are the three that I've seen the pivot lock on. In fact, the first time I got this pivot lock was on the first knife I got with a pivot lock was that DEF CON one. I forgot where I heard that, and then I ended up picking one up, I believe direct from the website. And then the Scout was the next one that I bought, the Green Scout. This one I just got this last week because it came in my monthly Knife Club package. And you never know what you're getting in for the monthly Knife Club until you get the package. So this is my second one of the Scouts. And I know I grabbed the DreamTech from Whatnot. I wish I could remember who from, because I can't remember who I got it from. Because there's a lot of sellers on Whatnot that are selling DreamTech. Like Going Gear. Going Gear sells DreamTech. Blades. I've seen DreamTech on Blade City. On a few sellers. And the DreamTech's just really popular knife on there. DreamTech's never in stock, and they clone a lot of their other knives. Really? I don't know. I haven't heard. This is my first DreamTech. I just know that they're very popular on Whatnot. And a lot of the clones. Okay, clones I don't mind so much because they're not pretending to be something they aren't. They're not stealing like for example, they're not putting themselves to be something different. I mean, DreamTechs are obviously DreamTech. They're using their own materials, their own branding. Kind of like how Gonzo clones a lot of other manufacturers, but they're not pretending to be like the Gonzo knife that I have. That's a direct clone of the Spyderco Delica, but they're not trying to trick you into thinking it's an actual Delica. It's got its own branding. It's Gonzo. It tells you exactly what kind of steel it is. It's not trying to pull the rug out from anybody's feet or pretend it's something it's not. But yeah, DreamTech I don't know too much about. I just know that a lot of people seem to like them. A lot of people like to sell them. I've seen some more premium stuff from DreamTech that can get kind of pricey. And when I say pricey, sometimes upwards of like over $100. I know some people we've talked about this before. Like there's two separate things when it comes to like clones, and unfortunately people seem to be using them interchangeably, and they're really not. They're two separate things. You've got clones and you have counterfeits. Okay. You have clones, which are like this one. Okay. This is a clone. This is the Gonzo. This is a Firebird, and it's a clone of the Delica 4 from Spyderco. Where's my Delica? And I was doing a lot of testing on these. Really good knife from Spyderco. I mean, I actually really like this knife, even though it looks goofy as hell to me. I picked up the Gonzo because I've been hearing a lot about it. A lot of people have been talking about it, and how they're a clone of the Spyderco. I don't have a problem with clones, and there's a big reason why. And it was like what I was saying before. Clones are not pretending to be something they aren't. Okay, counterfeits are illegal. First of all, counterfeits themselves are illegal. Clones generally are not. Counterfeits are a counterfeit is trying to trick you into thinking it is something that it's not. Okay, like a counterfeit Spyderco would be using Spyderco's logo. They'd be using like the same type of printing, and they're trying to make a one-for-one reproduction of a Spyderco, but with using much cheaper materials. A lot of times the prices are insanely low in order to get you to buy them. A lot of times, in some cases, they can be almost as expensive, and they're still trying to trick you. But the difference again is they're trying to say they're Spyderco when a counterfeit is not. Now, this is a true Spyderco. A counterfeit's going to use the same logo. A lot of times there's something a little off. Either the logo is off, something is weird on a counterfeit that people are able to pick out and tell. But unless you're really good at picking them out, sometimes they can be very difficult to tell it's a counterfeit or not. A clone, while it might have a similar design, okay, doesn't try to hide the fact that it's not the original. Like the Gonzo clone, there are some definite differences, like how the hole is done. They have, it's got their Firebird logo. It says right here it is a knife made by Gonzo. So they're not trying to trick you into thinking it's a Spyderco. They tell you, in fact, right here, this one's 440C, while this particular Spyderco is Spy 27 steel. They're directly telling you that this is 440C steel. And there's a lot of other little differences. So design-wise, while it might be very similar, they're not trying to trick you into thinking that this is a Spyderco. They're not stealing any logos or anything. That I don't have so much of a problem with. The only thing is, obviously, these are going to be a lot cheaper. Obviously, the 440C steel, it's an okay steel. It's okay, but it's not going to hold up anywhere like the Spy 27 steel is. And I've been doing a lot of back and forth with these. I've tried to use these, both these knives, the same amount. Okay. And I will tell you right now that I've had to do a lot less maintenance with the Spyderco than I've had to do with the with the Gonzo. The Gonzo I can sharpen, I can get it to a point of where it's got a super sharp hair splitting edge. At the same time, after I've used it a few times, I've had to strop it more often. I've had to resharpen it quite a bit. In comparison, like I've never had to resharpen this Delica. Most I've had to do was strop it a few times, and it's back to being razor sharp and good to go. And I've used them roughly about the same. Where I've actually had to sharpen this a couple times. I've had to hone this, like constantly hone this after cutting through even just cardboard, cutting through a little bit of cardboard. It'll take a super sharp edge, but it doesn't have anywhere close to the edge retention as the Spyderco does. So, I mean, it depends on what you're willing to pay for. Like, personally, I would go with the Spyderco. Don't need as much maintenance, holds its edge, really sharp, great steel. But yeah, I mean, you're still paying close to around up towards $100 for the Delica 4. And they do have different models, so they can vary. The Gonzo is only going to be what, $18 or something like that. But at the same time, it's not going to hold its edge like that Spyderco will. It's a lot rougher in terms of finishing. This one, like, you've seen me spider flick this Gonzo, which I can do. Only reason why I can do that, though, is I had to take a rotary tool and I had to smooth out the inside of this thumb hole because it was so sharp. If I tried to open up the blade with my, reverse flicking like this, every time I did that, I was shaving divots off my nail. I had to take a rotary tool and really smooth that out in order for me to be able to reverse flick it. Otherwise, it was so sharp that the only way to open it without like really screwing my fingers up was to just slowly thumb roll it up. The feel isn't as refined as the Spyderco. The finish, like I said, isn't as refined, doesn't hold its edge as well. I mean, it's a very usable knife. It'll do its job. Don't get me wrong. It'll do its job. And it's it's super, super cheap. So to be quite honest, if anything went wrong, it's really, really easy to replace. But I'm having to do a lot more with it in order to keep it, sharp and ready to do work than the Spyderco is. So it's kind of like, what are you willing to deal with and what are you willing to spend? If you don't want to deal with maintaining the knife so much to the point where it might drive you kind of nuts, I'd say save some money and go for the Spyderco. If you don't really care, if you do a lot of your own sharpening and don't mind all the small little odd things with the Gonzo, I mean, $18 is a capable knife. Like I said, I've been using it quite a lot. I just have to sharpen it a lot more often. I have to hone it a lot more often in order to keep it in cutting shape. So, it's all dependent on what you're looking to do with your knife and how much you're willing to do to your knife. So yeah, I don't have a problem with clones. Counterfeits obviously are illegal, and I would never condone getting a counterfeit knife. You got a Chavez 229. I want to get a Redención, or I don't know if I'm saying it right, with kickstop for $62. The only problem with if it's is it a clone or a counterfeit? Because like I said, people interchange, and there's very, very distinct differences between clone and counterfeit. Clones are legal to do. And again, clones aren't trying to pretend that they're something that they're not. If a clone is using the branding of another manufacturer, that's actually illegal. That's a counterfeit. And I personally cannot condone ever getting a counterfeit. It's just illegal. It's bad. And the other problem that people don't consider when it comes to counterfeits is you're never going to get the customer service that you could get from the original manufacturer. And I've dealt with a lot of customer service, and you don't know how well the heat treatment is done on the steel, what kind of materials are really going into knives like that. I mean, more often than not, the materials that go into it are going to be inferior, because there's no way they're passing knives on like that with those types of materials. Yeah. Oh, if it's a clone, I mean, like I said, I don't have a problem with clones, as long as it's a clone and not a counterfeit. As long as they're not trying to pass themselves off as the real thing and trick somebody for the sake of just profiting. You know what I mean? If it's a clone, they've got their own branding, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it's all up to the buyer whether they want to buy it or not. But at least the buyer's not being tricked. That's the big thing. I think that's really the big difference. With clones, you know what you're getting into. With clones, you're getting, you're probably shaving off a lot of money and getting something that you know what materials are in it, or at least have a good idea of what materials are in it. And they're not trying to trick you. Hey, Stu, how you doing? Yeah, they state that it's that I don't have a problem with, as long as they state that it's a clone and that they're not using branding that they're not supposed to be using. That's where a lot of people get in trouble. And like I said, there's a very definite distinction there, between clone and counterfeit. But I see a lot of people interchanging the words a lot, and I think we need to do a better job of making sure people know what the difference is between a clone and a counterfeit. Because, I mean, I myself have that clone, that Gonzo is mine. I bought it because I wanted to see what it's like. It's not a terribly bad knife. It's not. It's just you have to do a lot more work with it. I actually enjoy maintaining and sharpening my knives, so I really don't have much of a problem with it. I'll continue to use it. It's continuing to work well. I just know that if I want something that I can take with me that I know is going to last for a long time, I'm not going to pick the Gonzo. If I want something that I know is going to work, I know is going to be solid, and is going to handle a lot of work without having to go back to a sharpening stone every half hour, I'm going to grab my Spyderco, and I'm going to take that with me. So, but otherwise, I mean, I'll keep the Gonzo at home, and it's a great utilitarian knife. I've used it for a lot of package cutting, a lot of box, breaking down boxes and stuff. And like I said, it'll hold a crazy sharp edge. It just doesn't hold it for very long. I wish it would, but it doesn't. The Spy 27 steel of the Spyderco lasts a hell of a lot longer. It keeps that edge a lot longer than that 440C steel does. And that's from my own observation. Like, I'm purposely trying to use those two knives equally as much because I wanted to do my own comparisons, because I've been hearing a lot about the Gonzos. And for $18, shit. I mean, they're okay. How are you doing, Stu? So we're approaching about 6 o'clock, so we're getting close to ending there. Again, these were the new knives that I got this week, and I've got more coming next week. Not a whole lot, because shit, this stuff is expensive, and I like to eat and pay bills. So we'll still have a few more coming next week. I've got that blue RTB probably coming next week. I'm trying to remember what else is coming next week. Hopefully, I have my eyes set on looking at a fox knife and a what was the other one? A petrified fish
Hopefully I might have one next week, one or the other or both next week. I'm trying to think of anything else that was coming next week, and I can't think of anything. Again, I don't have a huge amount that I was able to throw this week at it. I know I'm going to have more videos coming out this week. I got to do a lot more recording. But yeah, otherwise that's pretty much about it, I think. And like you were asking, Razor Blake, if you're checking out that Scout, I love them. I think they're great knives. I think they're fantastic. Hey, Terry, how you doing? I would say if you really like that pivot lock, pull the trigger on it. They're not terribly expensive. Fox knives are overrated and overpriced. I haven't looked. I wasn't looking at the pricier ones, because admittedly, I have my own limits that I can spend. I have seen some Fox knives that are very much more reasonably priced, and I wanted to take a look at some of those. I know there's a couple that I've talked to a few people that are really happy with their Fox knives, but they don't have, because I've seen some that are super pricey, and the ones that I was talking amongst people, friends, other people that I know collect, and they were all talking. Which one was he talking about? I had them in front of my face, and I changed the page. They weren't terribly expensive. I think one was like 80 something bucks. Because I know I've seen some Fox knives that are crazy expensive, but like I said, I have my own limits. Darn it. I can't remember where it is. I think I saved it somewhere, and I can't remember where I saved it. Oh yeah, the Desert Warrior. And then which one was it? There was like 3 I was looking at, actually. Desert Warrior was one. I'd like to say it was called the Anzo or Anza. I can't remember. And then there was the Kita, Vox Kita. That I've been hearing some decent stuff about. And so I get curious. A lot of times, if I hear about a manufacturer that I'm not familiar with, I don't mind grabbing like 1 or 2 blades if they're not terribly expensive, and giving myself a good idea of what they might be like. So I'm curious about Fox knives, because I've heard some decent stuff about them. Same with gosh darn it, the one I was just mentioning, MKM. I've heard a lot about, but that's not the manufacturer I was thinking of. Wow, my brain decided to die. Darn it, I was just looking at those two. Oh no, petrified fish. That's who I was talking about. I've heard some decent stuff about petrified fish. Petrified fish seem to be pretty popular on Whatnot as well, and there was a few petrified fish I wanted to take a look at, except I'm very particular about the type of steel that I get too. And a lot of petrified fish that I've been looking at are D2 and K110, and I'd kind of prefer something a little bit more stainless than those. So I'm going to continue to dig around on the petrified fish things. You're going to order one right now. Oh, you got a local dealer for the Cobra Tech Scout? Yeah, I mean, I like him, and especially this new one that I got from Monthly Knife Club is just so slick. I've been fidgeting with this a lot just in this live alone. But otherwise, yeah, I got the case, I got the Tenable shard, oh my god, I love this Kansept, the Kansept Loki, the Casso, which is now probably the priciest knife I have in my collection, even though I didn't pay that price, because I never would have bought it otherwise, to be quite honest. The Casso Solstice in Damascus steel and fat carbon fiber, and then the Cobra Tech Scout. So that's what I got new for this week. Thank you guys so much. Oh, Shields is a Cobra Tech dealer? I don't think I've ever dealt with Shields. I did not know that. Caused you to buy a lot of knives. I've been pleasantly surprised. 1 mile from my house is a bad thing. I know some people that live really close to SMKW. I could not I could not live that close to SMKW as some of the people that I know and not be completely broke. I would be living in SMKW's freaking dumpster. I would have a cardboard box in the dumpster and it'd be full of knives. I can't, I don't know how I'd handle living that close to some major knife dealers. It would drive me, it would break me. Unfortunately, I am out of time. It is past 6 o'clock. I got to get dinner started, so I can feed my girlfriend. And, oh yeah, I think I was going to be cooking some Filipino food tonight. So I think this is going to be it for tonight. Let me know what your favorite out of all these were. I can tell you right now, admittedly, my favorites have to be, well, first of all, it's this one. The Kansept Loki is just freaking-tastic. I'm loving this knife. And the Akaso is just so elegant looking that, admittedly, it's kind of hard not to get my attention with it, because it's just an awfully pretty, if you'll focus, executive style knife. Not something I normally get. I've got a couple other executive knives, but this one's just so gorgeous looking. So let me know what your favorite is in the comments below, and hopefully new videos coming your way this week. I know I've got a lot to work on, and I'm excited to be able to finally do so again. And we'll do another live next week. It's Saturday. But thanks again so much for joining me. Hope you guys had fun watching. If you liked what you saw, please drop a like down below. And if you haven't yet, hit subscribe and then hit that notification bell, so that way you know when I drop a new video. But thanks again for spending time with me, and hope to see you guys in the next video. All right, go get something to eat and drink, whatever, hydrate. I know I need food. I need food and probably a little nap. So have a good one, guys. And bye-bye. Cluster duck. It's just about to end. I'll go look at your Discord. Cluster duck. I'll catch you guys later. I got to go make something to eat. I'm starving, so I need food. Bye, guys.